Hey boos, in this video, I give commentary based on my opinion. Nothing is to be taken as factual. We are just here to have conversation. We don't expose and we don't sip tea on this channel. I'm giving you real talk straight, no chaser. Let's see if you can handle it.
Cause I'm a boss. I haven't done anything for you to be proud of.
Of course you have. You are marrying a man who can support you.
Happy Friday. So I was in the comment section of the chat and I was being nosy because sometimes I like to see what y'all say before I start the live. And was it Goldie Lee? Yes, Goldie Lee. Sis, you need to go ahead and repost that comment that you made and put it in the comment section after this video is saved. Help the girls out, okay? Because help the girls out. Go ahead and put the comment that you left. Go ahead, just copy and paste and put it right under this video because the girls are going to need it. Okay? Because we're going to get into this whole pick me. They are going through a reckoning. Are y'all noticing it? Are y'all noticing it? Are you really noticing it? And I'm talking about the girls that did not do the work. They just cloaked themselves in things that they... Okay, so let me explain. The trend is to manipulate to get what you want. And so when you manipulate other people, you go out, you don't go within, and then you try to get what you want. And a lot of people don't understand, if you just reverse it and you work on yourself, then you don't have to manipulate. Things will naturally come to you, things that are truly meant for you. But the girls are wanting to do it the other way around. And so they do these antics, like they cloak themselves in religion, they cloak themselves in different lifestyles, aesthetics. They play with their image a lot, hair, nails, and everything. But the inner stuff is what they never actually change. And so that was just something that I was recognizing in Brittany Renner, B Simone. I mean, I think the only girl that's really left when it comes to all the girls that I was kind of like, side-eyeing a little bit, is Imani Talks. She's the only one where I'm like, I don't know. That one is still kind of up in the air, but she was, in my opinion, mirroring the behavior I saw in Brittany Renner, B Simone, and who was the other one? Alexis Sky. So let's just get into this breakdown. So if you didn't see, let me pull it up because I did prepare. Brittany went viral, and shout out to everybody that emailed me because I definitely would have missed this. But honestly, because I had been talking about this so much, I had a friend text me and everything. I'm like, did you see it? I'm like, see what? And so then she sent me this video, and then I got some emails. My email, just give me some time, y'all. I have to go through my email. I got this video.
Never gave a damn. I ain't never gave no fuck. No. Fell out with them hoes. We ain't.
Okay, I don't know. What was that about? Are we good? I think we're good. I don't know why it just did that. Why did it just do me like that? Are we good now? Hold on, should I do green? Ooh, that's kind of cute. Hold on, okay, so people keep asking me, what system am I using? Ecamm. Ecamm. Okay. It's a little more complicated, and there are some things about the system that could be fixed or improved, in my opinion. But for the most part, I like how it allows me to do more on this program. Okay, so Brittany Renner is going viral, And it was because of this video that she put out here. And I just want to make it known that when you remove your hijab, it does not take away from your Islamic following, faith, belief. Like it doesn't take anything away from that at all. Okay. Are we good? Are people coming back in? Because the sound should be back. And I feel like that's important to say because a lot of people are, I don't know, I feel like they are defending Brittany. And listen, I used to defend Brittany too. I stopped defending her. And you want to know why? Discernment is when you're able to see patterns in people's behavior, not what they say, but what they do and how they carry themselves. And I washed my hands with Brittany. So before I could even get to this part where she converted, okay, I had already washed my hands with her because it just got to a point where it was like, girl, okay, you jump from one extreme to the next. You're very extremist and you do things to manipulate people and those around you so that you can get what you want. She's a finesser. And so my issue with people that are defending Brittany is like, you can't even tell when someone is playing in your face because you're wanting to be merciful because God is merciful and the God that you pray to is merciful. But that's God's job. That's not your job to be merciful when someone is clearly showing you they are not who they claim to be because they keep doing things that contradict what they are saying that they are. And so that's just part of having discernment. That is what real discernment is you sit back, you observe and you watch, you take notes. And when something is inconsistent, when someone is saying one thing, but then their actions are doing the complete opposite, that's a manipulator. They're manipulating you. And there's a lot of that going on with Love Island, which I'm going to be talking about Love Island. I just got to episode 15. There's a lot of emotional manipulation and things like that. So I'm going to be talking about that show as well. But when it comes to Brittany, it's like people are still wanting to defend her, but what is there to defend? I need the girls to also understand too that the pygmies are never taken serious. And the reason why they're never taken serious is because they don't take themselves seriously. They don't. They're not consistent. They don't really stand by principles, morals. They do whatever is convenient at that time or that moment. And then when people keep seeing them jump from one extreme to the next, well, people don't know how to take you because you keep jumping from one extreme to the next. So it's like, well, how can a person or how can people take you serious when you keep jumping from one extreme to the next? So when it comes to this Brittany Renner situation, it's just not shocking. I also want to make it known too that even though the hijab doesn't make you Muslim, it was her caption that to me was very disrespectful to the Muslim community and those who women particularly who follow the Islamic faith. Okay. So let's read the caption because it seems like a lot of people are wanting to overlook the caption and just focus on the fact that she took off her hijab. But my thing is the caption. It wasn't even that she took off the hijab, it was the caption. I don't have blind loyalty to any person, place, or thing. I also don't need excuses to do what I want to do because I accept whatever comes with behind my decision. And then there was something, hold on, did I miss a caption? There was another caption. I don't know if this was the caption, but there was another caption. Oh, here it is. I'm not interested in shrinking myself to fit in anywhere. So is she saying that when she wore her hijab and she was in her full attire that she felt like she had to reduce herself? Like, I just don't understand, like, why is this the caption for this particular post? But also discernment, right? Not judgment, discernment, right? I think it's interesting that Brittany was married for 52 days and she was Muslim for 72 days. You get what I'm saying? So there's a pattern with her, right? People are just wanting to just look at this video and be like, don't judge her because your hijab, it does not make you Muslim. Okay? But I'm just like, it's not just the hijab. It's the fact that she was married to this man for 52 days. She recently announced the fact that she was divorced. Okay. And then she decides to post this video. And then she decides to use this caption, I'm not interested in shrinking myself to fit into anywhere. And didn't I say that that's what it gave when she was pictured with Kevin Gates? And I didn't feel that way prior. I didn't feel that way prior to her wearing this hijab. I felt that way when she was with the man. I'm like, oh my God, it's painful to watch her in this relationship. She seems like she has to be so small. So now everyone is just thrown off. Like, okay, you were with this man for 52 days. You were quote unquote married. Now you're divorced. And now you remove the hijab. Like it just, so were you only wearing the hijab because he made it mandatory in order for him to take you serious? Let's just look. Let's just listen to the people here. Hold on. Let me see.
Did y'all see how Brittany Renner took her hijab off? Like, I'm not perfect, so I really can't judge. But as a revert, I was looking up to her. She was inspirational to me, and I cannot lie and say that I'm not disappointed. I mean, you can still be Muslim and not wear the hijab.
Damn.
But it's just the way I haven't seen her post since like March, May, and then she come out today with them lashes and that huge wig. I mean, it's a wig though, so she's still kind of covering her hair. That's how the Jews do it. It's kind of cheating, isn't it? And when the fake hair looks better than your real hair. But it's still covering. Anyways, we all have fluctuations in our iman. It goes up, it goes down. Sometimes we want to take it off. Sometimes we do take it off.
Yes, ladies, there were women that were looking up to her because she had converted. It's a journey. It's real for some people. It may not be real for her, but it is. It's real for some people. So some people were taking her very serious. Seriously. And she said that she was reconverting her life. Okay. And so Brittany was doing it for the first time. So yeah, like she was influencing people. She was. She was. Someone said, "Is it her real hair?" I'm confused. The last time I saw her real hair, it had heat damage. So I don't know. I don't know. That's her hair? Okay.
Let us all just make dua for her that she puts it back on, that her iman comes back up, and that she doesn't fall further away from the deen. She was really inspirational, man.
Another thing that I noticed about Brittany Renner is that she doesn't stay consistent in anything that she starts. She doesn't. If you've been following her for a while, she does not stay consistent in anything that she starts. She just doesn't. I don't know why, but she doesn't.
Let me tell y'all something real quick. The only two things that take you out the fold of Islam are shirk and not praying. Again, that's shirk, which is worshiping any other deity other than God, and not praying. Those are the only two things that take you out of the fold of Islam. So not wearing a hijab doesn't remove you from the fold of Islam. Committing zina doesn't remove you from the fold of Islam. Gambling doesn't remove you from the fold of Islam. Smoking doesn't remove you from the fold of Islam. Drinking doesn't remove you from the fold of Islam. Having a drug problem doesn't remove you from the fold of Islam. None of those remove you from the fold of Islam. Only committing shirk and not praying. Now, with that being said, a lot of you heifers and hoes think y'all clocking tea about Brittany Renner, and you're not. You're clocking piss. Yeah, baby. And I'm going to let you know, it's not tea, it's piss. And just as much as y'all feel like y'all clocking tea about Brittany Renner, I know a lot of y'all be in the comments, especially because y'all don't even be Muslim. That's what be making me cackle. It be a lot of hoes who don't even be Muslim and be trying to clock Muslim girl tea. You can't clock tea from a club that you can't get in, baby. Let's be very clear. And so with that being said, for those of you who think you're clocking tea, again, you're not. You're clocking piss. Fight me.
Is this the type of commentary that's supposed to get us to convert? I'm just so confused. Like, what? This is you know what's so crazy about religious people? I gotta be so honest with y'all. I gotta be so honest with y'all. When it's time to use situations as an example to truly be of light, y'all always choose darkness. Y'all always choose like shade and shit. Y'all don't choose Christ conscious. Y'all don't choose like, hey guys or hey ladies. Y'all never choose that. And it's right there. You would think because you pray, what Muslims pray like 7 times a day, you go to church on Sundays, you do all of these things. That would be like at the forefront of your mindset. But it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's never at the forefront. It's never. It's at the forefront of my mindset because I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to judge Brittany because I already knew what it was when she started this whole thing. I'm using it as a teaching lesson like, hey, it's 5 times a day? I'm like, hey, let's just understand that when you don't do the work on yourself and you keep jumping from one extreme to the next, you're literally running from yourself. You're running from your own demons. And then you keep putting them on other people, or you try to cover them up with makeup, or you try to cover it up with a glow up, or you try to cover it up by getting into this relationship, but the whole time you just running from yourself. And so it doesn't matter where you go. It doesn't matter how much makeup you put on, or if you go get another plastic surgery procedure. It's still going to be there. Like, it's still going to be there. And you can keep running. I don't care where you go, how much money you make, how much money you have. It doesn't matter. Like, it's always going to be there. And a lot of these girls think they could just keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running. And then it just gets to a point where at this point, you're not running from anyone but yourself. So once you get done running, you're still going to have to deal with yourself. And then one thing that I noticed with Brittany Renner's and who else? The B Simone. Do you see how they're now starting to like really truly crash out now? Like, it's like there's like a veil that has been lifted when it comes to them and their public image, their reputation. It's just it's like a downward spiral. And it's the only way they can truly come up is like they really have to go within. There's no more cloaking in religion. There's no more cloaking in, oh, I just need to get into this relationship. There's no more cloaking like I need more clout, I need more attention. None of that stuff is working anymore. It's not working. It's like a downward, it's just a downward spiral at this point. It's really weird. And I hope the girls are learning from this because there's a lot to learn. First of all, we can learn from the fact that Brittany Renner created a career that was rooted in male validation. And you're also seeing Cooking with Kaya, right? How she's created a career rooted in male validation. The way men collectively will discard you, like they weren't worshiping the ground that you walked on at one point, and then the next thing you know, they just toss you to the side because they get bored or they want to move on to something else. That's the situation with Brittany Renner. There's another younger Brittany Renner. And so now she's just like grasping for straws, just looking for some type of attention or clout so that she can stay relevant because the men are not giving her that relevancy anymore. So there's a lot to be learned from this. There's a lot to be learned. And so now, if you notice, the girls are running to religion in hopes that that gives them some type of validation. They don't understand that the validation that they're seeking truly comes from themselves. Like, it's self-love. You should be validating yourself. You shouldn't be seeking outside of yourself for validation. But they don't know. It's like, because they're not going within, they don't know that that's what they need to work on. So they keep chasing things outside of themselves.
Brittany Renner just should have stayed an OF model. I said that last week. Now look at her ass. She done snatched her hijab off and said that she's no longer shrinking herself. She's so disrespectful. Like, how you gonna sit up here and basically say that joining this religion aided in you shrinking yourself? No, Brittany, you did that all on your own, just by wanting some damn attention.
Now, how did she shrink herself by converting? Because she did it for a man. If she would have did it for herself, I wouldn't feel this way. I don't think just because you are dedicating your life to a religious belief, like that makes you shrink yourself. It's all about what is your intent behind it and why are you choosing it? Are you truly choosing it for yourself, or are you choosing it because of this man? And a lot of women don't want to admit it. And I told y'all this. That's why the last time I got dragged in my last video, I had to put it on Patreon. So if you want context on that, it's on Patreon. I'm not going to put the context on my community tab. Click the link if you're interested. But it's like, I keep telling women that a lot of you are programmed because religion programs your mind to believe that if you were to take on this religion, you're guaranteed a husband. You're guaranteed a husband. So once you get done finessing, right? Like you did the whole sugar baby thing, you did the whole hot girl summer thing, you dated around, you did all of this stuff, and maybe you didn't get the man that you hoped for. I don't know. Maybe you tried the sprinkle stuff. And then the last resort is now converting to a religious group in hope that you get that man. And that's where they lied to you. And see, I get a lot of backlash because I'm just being honest. Y'all know I don't like bullshit and I don't like gimmicks. You're not guaranteed anything just because you're religious. That is the biggest lie told to women. You're not guaranteed shit in this life. Not money, not fame, not a nice life, not kids, not shit. You're not guaranteed anything. Not the job that you want. And I know that's hard to hear, right? Because they teach you or they tell you, oh no, the American dream, the happily ever after, you're Prince Charming. It's all bullshit. They just tell you these things because it's easier to control you. They tell you these things because it's easier to put a battery in your back and make you a good worker, make you a good mother, make you a good mule for the system's benefit. But it's not real though. It's not real. It's not real because you're not guaranteed anything. And then this is another thing. I see a lot of women complaining about this. And it's just like you prayed for that man, you prayed for that job, right? And you prayed for the man or you prayed for the job because for the job, you wanted more money. And for the man, you wanted romance, right? But you didn't choose these two things out of purpose. You chose it out of desire only. And so when it doesn't live up to that desire, then you don't like it. And then you hate it. Now you hate the job that you prayed for because you didn't choose it out of purpose. You chose it for money. That's it. And so even on the days where your job is hard, it's harder because you didn't choose it out of purpose. Same thing with a man. You're choosing a man for romance. That's it. Love, attention. That's it. Not purpose. And so when lifes, you're in a relationship and you're sharing a bed, you're sharing spaces with this person. It's difficult, right? But it's not purposeful. And so now this is not a relationship that you want. But these are two things that you pray for though. Why don't you want them? Because they're not meeting your desires. And so the very purpose that you got into this relationship and the very purpose that you got into this, or you wanted this career, this job, is now just unfulfilling to you. But it never was fulfilling because you chose these things with no purpose. Just desire. And that's it. So I hope when you're sitting and you're looking at these women, you truly take a step back from what you're doing when it comes to your own life and really ask, like, why do I want these things? Because a lot of people have this mindset where they feel like they're entitled to things because I'm a good person. No one gives a fuck about you being a good person. You're supposed to be a good person just because you want to be a good person, because there's purpose behind you being a good person. A lot of people do things because they now feel entitled to certain things in life. And that's just not how it works. That's just not how it works. It's just not. So it's best for you to do things purposeful with intentions of being purposeful and not just doing things because, oh, I'm going to have this and I'm going to have that. And then when you don't get it or it doesn't turn out the way that you thought it would, now you want to give it back. And life just don't work like that. It just don't. It don't. That's the lie that you've been told, but it doesn't work like that. So let's continue though, because there's so much to talk about. Not Travis Hunter.
She also went on to say that she was wearing cornrows under her hijab. Girl, you're black. Like, what else was you gonna be wearing? It's either the cornrows or the slick back bun. Y'all, I told y'all she should have stayed on OF and ran that bag up. Okay? She done did all this to go right back to the streets. Give her a round of applause. That's what she so desperately seeks, I'm guessing. All this attention, girl, you could have put.
Do you think Brittany is going back to the streets? Put a 1 in the chat. Yes. Put a 2 in the chat. No. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. This could go either way. I think Brittany is confused. Um, a lot of pick-me's are. If you notice, pick-me's struggle internally a lot. They're at war with themselves, and so I think Brittany is in a confused state. And when you're in a confused state, you tend to be unpredictable because you're confused and you don't know what your next move should be or direction you should head into. So to be honest, I really don't know. I just gotta be honest with you. I don't know if she's gonna go back to the streets. Just because she removed her hijab, it does not mean that she is completely walking away from um her religious belief. It doesn't. It just means that she's confused, which was why when she was doing all of these extreme things, I questioned it. I had to take a step back. Like, what are your real intentions? But the red flag that I'm seeing with her as of today is that she divorced this man 52 days after she married him, and then 72 days she's been Muslim. So it's just there's a lot of red flags here. So will she go completely back to the streets? I don't know. I don't know where she's gonna go from now or from here.
All this energy into running up that OF account so you can make more money this time around. You out here going in and out of religions, going in and out of relationships. Like, get it together. Get it together. Please stop. It's okay. Go back to what you're good at. And just let the rest be, boo. You didn't have to do all this. You didn't have to do all this. Put your energy where you're going to be able to reciprocate something.
And remember when I said in my Alexis Sky video that, I'm not here to judge their journey. I just want them to be real about it. I think people don't understand that about me. It's like maybe God put that man in your life and had you be introduced to a religion through this man. The man was never intended to stay in your life, right? But maybe you picked up some habits. Maybe this man did influence you in a way, right? And so now, even though you went into it very extreme because you were like, hey, I get the man, but then the man leaves. Okay, you don't go right back to the streets. You may kind of be like in this place where it's like, okay, I'm not going to be extreme, but I do feel like this is right for me. And so now my approach is going to be more authentic. That's what I think. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't think that she may go back to the streets, but it's gonna be interesting because you gotta understand like the type of women we're talking about are women that are used to a certain lifestyle. They're used to fast money. They're used to having a lot of attention and getting things in from a manipulative way. Like Alexis Sky, I think she had like some type of recovery house, and it's just very clear that she's used to doing things. What did my brother say? Because he was telling me that there are a lot of girls out here that do things fast tracked it, or they do things and they take the shortest route that they can take, even though they probably should take the longer route because in the long run it's going to benefit them more, but they're so used to taking shortcuts. And so you got to understand the type of women that we're talking about. Angela White, the reason why I was able to clock that she was more genuine is because she didn't take the shortcuts. And Alexis Sky and Brittany Renner, it was like everything was fast with them and very extreme. But for me, when it came to Angela White, it was very, I don't know, it seemed like she took the very long route with her journey of truly turning her life over to God. So it's gonna be interesting to me. A lot of these girls have that shortcut mindset where they don't want to actually truly be dedicated and be in it for the long haul. They just want it fast and instant. And maybe that's what Brittany Renner was expecting because that's what she's used to. Maybe that was the situation with Alexis Sky. Maybe that's the situation with B Simone. If you notice, all of these women have one thing in common. They like to finesse and they like to get things fast. They don't like to actually put in an extended amount of time and work and discipline and consistency to then reap a reward. They're used to getting things very fast and they're used to winning by taking the shortcuts. And if you're noticing, we're moving into a period in life where it's like, you can't take the shortcut anymore. Like you can't. People are going to be able to see past your facade. So I think that's the issue with these women as well.
And you might have been able to get some more money on OF this time around. But going over there getting married for less than 60 days.
Prime example, we could talk about Jane Doe and her recent testimony about how she didn't want to do anything that was going to take time because she wanted the lifestyle fast. She wanted the money fast. And then look what it got her into. It got her into this whole freak off lifestyle that she did not like, that caused her to be at war with herself because she was spiritually corrupt, because she was allowing all of that energy into her body and she didn't even feel comfortable with it, but she was doing it all for a man. And then another thing too, Carisha, she was on Twitch the other day and people were making fun of her, mainly the younger generation, because she wasn't getting any views. And it's because, again, she was another one. She wanted to take a shortcut. So she took that shortcut. She ditched her bandmate, her group mate, JT, for a quick come up, and look, it backfired. That shortcut stuff is not working, ladies. Like, honestly, I personally felt like it never did, but the shortcuts are just not working. If you're seeing what I'm seeing, these girls are getting things fast, but then like once they get further ahead, all of the stuff that they got fast is now like at a complete stop, or they're losing, meaning like it's costing them now. Whereas at first they got it fast and upfront. So I'm noticing that as well. Okay. So to the girls that you're like, Yanni, it's taking me forever. Yanni, I've been in school and it's just so hard. Yanni, I just don't know how I'm gonna be able to keep, like, I'm seeing my friends, they're going on vacation, they're doing this and they're doing that. It is best for you to be steady. Okay. Go through periods of stagnancy, because that's real as well, than for you to just be fast. Okay. Who's making fun of her? Listen, we're not gonna make fun. There's nothing to laugh about. Y'all, there's nothing to laugh about. There's nothing to laugh about.
And realizing, yes, you can join a religion. You can dress modestly.
Yeah.
You can do all of that and speak highly of a man and be all in your feminine ways. And yes, men will still find a way to treat you any kind of way. That's what you fucked around and found out. Yeah, Kevin Gates got the hell on. And that's okay. Go back to what you're good at, Brittany.
No, I don't want the girls to go back to what they're used to. I want the girls to actually level up. And I'm gonna be real with you and say that you're gonna have to sit down, prioritize, and you're gonna have to get serious about what you want. And you have to be okay with the fact that you're not gonna be able to get this fast. It's gonna take time, and you're gonna have to build, and it's gonna take time. And I just hope the girls that are starting off life and you're trying to figure out, I don't know which way to go. I don't know which way to go. Listen, you can never go wrong with pouring into yourself and building something for yourself, because you will always have something to fall back on. If you're looking at anything, you should be picking up the fact that these women that I'm talking about right now, they have nothing to truly fall back on, which is why they're doing things extreme. They're clout chasing. They're just doing anything for attention at this point. So you can never go wrong with building something for yourself, working on yourself. Okay. Let me see. I think I'm gonna do this one.
Married for 52 days, Muslim for 74. It's official, Brittany Renner is officially done cosplaying an Islamic woman. In her latest video, she mentioned that she no longer wants to shrink herself to fit in anywhere. Such a coincidence now that her and Kevin Gates are no longer together, which is something many of us predicted. This makes me feel like she really was having some drinks underneath that hijab. Somebody call Jackie. Although we do know a hijab isn't what makes you Muslim, but her saying with her own words that she doesn't want to wear it because she no longer wants to shrink herself is basically all the proof that we need. You and Kevin just announced that.
And that's what I want the Muslim community to understand. Don't allow people to play in your face. Don't. You got to know when someone is in sheep's clothing, and Brittany is currently in sheep's clothing. Now, I'm not saying that that defines the rest of her life. I'm saying that this is where she is today. Okay. It may not be 10 years from now, she'll be exactly where she is today. But I'm saying currently right now, she's in sheep's clothing. Y'all need to call it what it is. Okay. Seriously. You don't got to be gullible and religious. You don't. It's a choice to be gullible and religious. You could just be religious and then not allow people to play in your face. She hasn't shown consistency long enough to even really put any thing past her, honestly. And then I also want to say this too. If you have to give someone the benefit of the doubt, you need to question why. Why do you feel the need that you have to give Brittany Renner the benefit of the doubt? What has she done in the past where you have to give her the benefit of the doubt? And then ask yourself that same question when it comes to other people that you deal with. Why do you have to give that person the benefit of the doubt? What did they do to you, or how do they show up where it's necessary for you to give them the benefit of the doubt so that you can look past where they currently are, what they're currently doing? Like, ask yourself, why do you need to do that? Because if you're truly hanging around someone that is who they say they are, you don't have to give them the benefit of the doubt because you know who they are. You know exactly who they are. They're showing you who they are consistently. So you don't even have to use the whole benefit of the doubt. Oh, let me give them grace. Let me spare them. Like, why do you even feel the need to do that? Why is that necessary? Ask yourself that question. That's part of discernment too.
You guys were no longer together. And now all of a sudden you're on the internet showing off your hair? People will forever be asking, did you do this for a man? And the answer to that is a yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know. The timing of everything is just a little bit off.
And that's what I need people to understand. It's the timing, okay? 52 days married, divorced. 72 days. 72 days she's been Muslim, right? And then what else? Then she decides, I don't know what day we're on now, but now she decides to take off the hijab. Like, come on, y'all. Come on. Remember that time I told y'all I got finessed by this man that was hustling me outside of the beauty supply store? And he was hustling me. He had this gold chain, and I really wanted this gold chain. Like, I was so desperate. I wanted it so bad. He could have told me whatever. And so he tried to sell me this gold chain for $80. And I was looking at him like, I'm not paying $80 for that. And then he goes, oh, what about 60? What about 60? I looked at him sideways and he was like, okay, I'll give it to you for 40. And I'm like, 40? Okay, cool. Like, let me get that. Thinking I got a steal, right? He told me it was real gold. So I wore this gold chain everywhere, y'all. I loved it. I love gold. And it was like a fish tail type of gold. It was so pretty. So I'm wearing the gold chain, and I'm wearing it so much. I'm showering in it, swimming in it, because I was like 17 years old at the time. And then it started turning my neck green. And then the next thing I know, the gold chain starts to turn silver. And I'm like, wait, this is not real gold. So my point is, y'all, you can't allow people to finesse you and play in your face. See, because they will. Especially if they gonna hustle you and get some money out of you, they will. And you gotta understand the play on social media. The play on social media is clout. Okay, it's clout. It's clout can sometimes equal money. If not money, opportunities that lead to money. So understand the play. Like, honestly, I wouldn't be taking too many people on social media serious. I just wouldn't. Because you don't really know them like that. You really don't. You don't. So yeah, I was in the shower and I'm just like, dang, is it turning my neck green? It was fake. So y'all be careful out here in these streets because people will play in your face like that. He dead ass lied. He didn't care.
Why y'all guys are surprised that Brittany Renner took off her hijab, babe. That hijab was not for her in the beginning. That hijab was there because of a man. Once the man was gone, unattainable, she was back to her old ways. Okay?
And then why do people get mad at us when we just call it a spade? A spade. Okay? Like, seriously, why are people mad at us because we just calling a spade a spade? First of all, it's not like we just pulling this out of our ass or we just came up with this. It came out of thin air. It's like, no, we've been watching Brittany for a while and she be doing like crazy stuff for attention. So it's just like, this could just be another one of her, attention seeking, clout chasing, trying to stay relevant ways. Hell, it'd be different if she wasn't like this, but it's like she's really like this. So it's like, hell, we don't know. We don't really know.
Are you surprised? No, you should not be, girl. It's Brittany Renner.
Right.
Okay?
Like,
all bets is off, all limits is off, girl. I'm gonna just say what it needs to be said. Now she can't wear the hijab because her hair is too big to fit under the hijab system, but it was under there before. What happened? What happened? Where's your hijab? Put it on. I'm sick of it. Playing in these people's religion.
For me, y'all, it's not the hijab, y'all. It's hot. Girl, it's getting hot. I don't know where Brittany live. Where Brittany live? It's hot outside. I don't feel like it's hot under there. I know it's hot. I know it's hot. So it's like, it's not the hijab for me. It's the divorce for me. Cause let me make it very clear. It's the divorce, then the hijab removal. Okay? And then it's her twerking on that man that had the eye when she was twerking on him. And I'm just like, Brittany, are you serious? Just straight in the face. And that man that was looking cockeyed, like looking like that, he was married. So that's when I washed my hands with Brittany. So it was the Charleston White podcast. Okay. And I'm looking at her like, girl, what are you doing? And then it was Kevin Gates. Okay. But okay. It was Kevin Gates, then divorced Kevin Gates, 52 days. And then it's Basketball Wives. And then it's what was the other thing that she did? And then it's the hijab removal. It's those things combined where I'm just like, And then you gotta understand the Charleston White situation. She then tried to clean up her image after the fact because sis, twerking on a man that's, you know what I mean, and he married, bless his heart. I don't know how he got a wife, but he got a wife, right? And it's just like, girl, you had to clean up that image. No way you couldn't come back from that. Like, seriously, twerking on a man, being intoxicated on a podcast with a married man that can't even look you straight in the eye. Okay? You had to convert. Like, let's be real. Like, you had to convert. You had to convert. You had to convert. You had to convert. It is what it is. So that's what it is for me. It ain't that she want to let her hair out and she want to let it breathe. Hell, any Muslim woman, it's hot. It really do. It be hot. And I'll be shocked when y'all be passing me by. Y'all be smelling so good though. Like, at the same time, y'all don't be smelling musty or nothing. I've never smelled a musty Muslim woman, but I just know it's hot under there. So I'm not going to judge a Muslim woman for taking off her hijab. Like, that's crazy to me. My thing is, it's Brittany Renner, okay? That's what it is for me. So it is what it is. And she does. She has a lot of hair, doesn't she? She has a lot of hair. So I'm sure it's hot under there. She probably need a fan, so it's just, I don't blame her for that. But it's Brittany Renner, y'all. It's Brittany.
Allah told me he is not playing about that, honey. Okay? Akbak. Whatever you said. Girl, playing in somebody's religion for a man is crazy. Crazy. But as crazy as I'm looking now. Anyways. I like to stir a pot.
It's crazy. So I don't know. I'm not gonna judge her for taking off the hijab. I just question her motives. It's the motives for me. I don't know.
And Brittany Renner, whatever your name is so irrelevant to me. But for you to disrespect a culture like that,
Yeah.
like you just ripped your hijab off, like I'm done with that. Like you literally joined a religion for a nigga. You need to seek mental help. You didn't even believe in none of that stuff you had going on. You literally made a mockery out of these people's religion and everything else. Then you gonna rip the hijab off and put on an afro wig. Bitch, we not claiming you either. You can stay right on over there in La La Land. Just a disgrace to every race.
People keep saying it's a wig, then some people keep saying it's her real hair. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. No, y'all, I don't know. Maybe it's the girls, the Muslim girls in Houston, but like the Muslim girls in Houston, they be smelling fabulous. Oh my God, they smell so good. So I don't know. I don't know. But I'm just saying I would be hot. It's hot here in Houston. I think that's where my opinion is coming from. It's like a sauna here. Like yesterday was hot as hell. And it's very humid. And you get sweaty so easily. So I don't know. It's a wig, y'all. That's why I was like, it's her real fro. I don't know. I don't know. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's Brittany Renner. It's Brittany. Thank you, Mr. Niles. That is so sweet. So I don't know. But it's hot down here in Texas. It's hot. It's hot. Everybody want to move to Houston. Listen, it's hot. Okay. You see, I got my braids. Wearing a wig here, wearing a wig in Houston is crazy. If you notice when you come here, a lot of women wear braids because it's hot as hell. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot.
How all the old hoes got rid of their stuff. They become Jesus freaks. Oh, I'm a church lady now. Oh, I'm on the usher board. Oh, praise, whatever. Or I'm spiritual. I meditate. Them all the old hoes. Okay, if they're
Do y'all think Brittany Renner was sitting up taking Sherry Seven's advice? Because she tells you, she tells you to class it up, right? Hold on. She teaches you to finesse.
go to church, even if you're not, religious or anything, going to church in those areas allows you the opportunity to sit next to someone who looks lonely in the Lord's name. And also, how can you resist sitting next to someone for an hour that you won't? Okay. The tension building as you're sitting in the pew, trying to flip through your Bible and find the right verse and needing help. Okay. There's nothing better than, and if you get there early, you can see what type of cars they're getting out of too. Okay. Sprinkle. Or charity fundraisers in that area.
But you gotta understand. See, Sherry, she old school. Okay, she giving game before social media. You get what I'm saying? So Brittany, the reason why it didn't work for her is because she put too much out here on social media. So it was never gonna work. And let that be a lesson to the girls that want to put everything on social media. Social media is your diary. Stop it. Okay, you can't even rebrand. You can't do nothing because you put too much out here. And one thing about the internet, it don't forget. It don't forget. It don't forget. So it was her advice. If she was out here taking Cherry Seven's advice, it wasn't gonna work for her. She just did too much. She did too much.
No matter how big or small, somebody gonna be there with some money. Okay. Mi amor. Hotel lounges met one on vacation. He was there for a week conference traveling. Okay, sprinkle. That's nice, but I tend to rather meet people outside of hotel lounges unless like there's a party there, because it looks bad. But wherever you meet people at, that's where you meet them. As long as you are meeting.
Just recently, y'all. So y'all remember when I told you that story time about how I met that man at my spot? Why did he ask me to be his sugar baby? I cannot make it up. So y'all know I'm not lying. And it's crazy because what was there was a holiday that the Muslim community was celebrating last month, June. There was a holiday that they were celebrating, and I like to go outside of my comfort zone. I don't like just doing black spots, okay? So my spot, my spot that I normally go to, it's like Middle Eastern. It's a vibe. I love their tea, I love their coffee. I like to go there to work, read. It's just a nice little spot, right? And so listen, they out here. They're out here, but like you have to go and you just have to be in your own world and mind your own business, because actually I was offended, because I'm like, damn, what am I putting something, am I giving off something where it's like I'm a sugar baby? I'm 33 years old. Isn't there like some type of cutoff period where you are not a sugar baby? I thought there was like a cutoff time. Y'all, just so y'all know I'm not lying. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on, you know what? I'ma just, because I don't want to open the message. I don't want him to know that I read it. But I sent it to my friend because I was telling her, hold on, let me hide his name. Because should I see? See that? Y'all see that? Isn't that crazy? And I want to tell y'all that meeting a sugar daddy, it's like, and he's older. Yes, y'all. I was so shocked. I was so shocked. I was like, damn, really? But that's the vibe I was getting. That was the vibe I was getting, but I was unsure at the time. And I'm like, something don't seem right about this situation. But my point is, I thought there was like a cutoff, you know? I done hit the wall and I'm just confused. That's why social media is not a real place. It's not a real place for me. That's why I don't take everything on here too serious. I laugh, kiki, and move on about my life. But it's just interesting though, because um I don't know if he's married, but I'm like, damn, was I giving something off? I was dressed very classy. But then when I look at it and I'm like, it's the ones that are dressed very modestly that they go after, ladies. Seriously. Seriously, I didn't have my boobs out. I wasn't wearing nothing too short. Like I was dressed very conservatively. So that's why I was just like, damn, is this something I'm giving off? That's just saying it? Like that's crazy to me. But no, like seriously. So Cher, she's telling you the truth. She's telling the truth just based off of my experience. She's telling you the truth. She's telling the truth. But get out of those you got to go outside of your culture, though. You do. You got to go outside of your culture. And I wasn't even looking. I wasn't looking. I was minding my damn business. But get out of your culture, step out of your comfort zone, try new things, and put yourself in spaces by yourself, though. See, I went by myself. You cannot be afraid to thank you. That's my point. There is no cutoff. There is no cutoff when you carry yourself a certain way. And that's what I want the girls to understand. If you get caught up in the whole red pill rhetoric, you'll get lost and you'll start to think my life is over. But if you're a woman with a woman experience, a man can never tell you anything about yourself because you have your womanly experience. They have their man experience. That's different. So my point is there is no real cutoff when you take care of yourself, but you have to take pride in your reputation. You have to take pride in your image. Don't just be putting anything out here on social media. Don't. Because once it's out here, it's hard to clean it up. Okay? Once it's out here, it's hard to clean it up. So that's my point. But Cher is speaking facts. I just think that the reason it didn't work for Brittany was because she overexposed herself online and she just gave the internet too much. And I think that's how she ended up like it just blowing up in her face. Like honestly.
Them and getting benefits from them. You know what I'm saying?
No, he's an ex-con. No, it wasn't given that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Um, that is the craziest thing. Hold on. Okay, let me play that.
How all the old hoes got rid of their stuff.
No. Listen, They don't. They don't have any shame. They do not. And listen, this all happened to me because I wasn't texting back fast enough. And one thing I notice about men with money, they're used to getting their way. So like if you don't do things in like a timely uh manner with them, then they'll try to jump the gun, and he jumped the gun and then just told me everything, and I'm like, "Oh, hell no." Oh, okay. That's crazy. So I'm trying to see how I'm going to finesse the situation. If I go broke, if it's a rainy day, I don't know. It's always nice to have a sugar daddy in your back pocket just in case. You never know, just in case.
Jesus freaks. Oh, I'm a church lady now. Oh, I'm on the usher board. Oh, praise, whatever. Or I'm spiritual. I meditate. Them all the old hoes. Okay. If you find a super spiritual woman, she an old hoe or a former hoe. Most of them. Okay.
I want Shara to define what is a super spiritual woman, because I consider myself to be spiritual, but not super. Like, what does she mean? Like extreme? What she mean by that? Because that's not what I'm trying to give off.
So if you run into an extremely religious woman, she's an old hoe. If you run into an extremely spiritual hotep, she's an old hoe. If you run into a very spiritual lady who is trying to heal you and try to talk about this and that, she's a super old hoe. When they make with times 10. Okay. I'm just gonna let y'all know, because that's how they erase their wholeness. Oh, she's super spiritual, she's enlightened, she must be like divine. You don't associate the two with the two. Like one day last year on Facebook, you saw her with all her stuff hanging out. This year she wrapped up like Erykah Badu. Okay, so that's how you can recognize the old hoe. But if you don't want to be recognized that easy, or it's so easy to spot, class it up. You don't spiritualize it up, but only to your family.
Okay, so let me say this. Another reason why I can't fully subscribe to the sprinkle lifestyle is because I don't know about y'all, I don't know about other women, but do y'all ever feel drained by men? For real. Like, I just be thinking it's not really worth the money because your energy gets drained so much. Am I the only one that feels this way as a woman? Like, the money don't be worth it to me because my energy gets drained so freaking much. And so it's the reason why I don't fully subscribe to the sprinkle lifestyle, even though it could be an option for me. But that's the reason why I don't, because men drain you. I feel like men drain you worse than children. Honestly, they really do. They suck the life out of you. And when I met this guy, he was saying things like, it's something about you, right? And most women are like, oh, that's something that they want to hear. But I instantly got guarded, because typically when men say there's something about you, it's because there's a spark and they want to drain it. And it's because it's something that they don't have in their own life that they want from you. And so I'm very protective of my energy. I'm very protective of my spark. I've lost it a few times dealing with a man, and I just don't feel like it's truly worth the money. And I like money. I like nice things. And, it's hard when you're the type of woman where you live a certain way and you have certain morals and principles about yourself, because it truly benefits you to think this way. But it's like, it's so draining dealing with men who want to be transactional, whether it's transactional through sex alone or transactional for both sex and money. It's just very draining because they like suck the life out of you. And it's like, this always happens to me where I'm doing really well. I'm shining real bright. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident. I'm happy. I'm at peace. And then there's a man that sees that and wants to come in and just suck you dry. And so I'm just very protective of my energy in that way. And so it just becomes, it becomes a lot. It becomes a lot. Oh, somebody said I got a whole second job instead of a sugar daddy because a sugar baby because it does. Like it does. They drain you so much. And like I said, like with kids, it's different. Kids don't drain you nearly the same. And I think it's because their innocence. And there is a genuine love with kids than it is compared to a man. And so even though children they can't do for themselves and they do require a lot of energy, it's just not in comparison when you're dealing with a man. So it's the reason why I don't choose that life. It's the reason I don't choose that life. Um and I just had to learn the hard way, honestly. Men drain you so bad. Like it's terrible.
But to the rest of the world, you class it up. Like, oh, she looks like, you look like the type of chick that had everything handed to you. You were probably this in high school. That's what you want to look like. You probably did. Yes, you're right. I was spoiled. Yes. Oh, I don't do those kind of things. Oh no, I've never touched drugs. Oh no, I don't do that. Oh no.
And listen, and this is why a lot of women are like they love Cher is because Cher is telling you the truth, y'all. But it's like, is it worth it though? And I don't think so because maybe I'm just super sensitive to energy, but I can't. Like prime example, Huda from Love Is Blind, me and her would have got into it. Like me and her would have got into it so bad because she's emotionally high strung and like she's an energy vampire. She's an energy vampire. Like and me and her would have got into it so bad because I'm hypersensitive and like I can't deal with her being emotionally high strung over little petty stuff. I can handle people being emotional when it's not petty stuff. Like it's very serious things. But it was just every little thing. And I'm just like, girl, I actually started feeling bad for the guy. Like I actually felt it. At first I saw Jeremiah as a red flag. But after a while, I started feeling bad for the guy. Like, oh my God, you're getting into bed with it? Because she's an energy vampire. And it's like laying next to a person like that would drain you. And then did you notice how on Love Is Blind, everyone in the house was just like, she's draining me, bro. She's draining, like even the men. And I was just like, I'm being drained and I'm just a viewer. I'm being drained. So I can't be around people like that. I just can't. And men, because you got to understand, Huda, the reason why she's like that is because she's emotionally immature. What is the main issue with men? Emotional immaturity. So it's like, I can't give in to the sprinkle lifestyle for that. I'm not about to sit here and baby your ego and your emotions and all of that. Like I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Huda, at the end of the day, with me even saying this about men, right? But Huda she's another one where it's like, I know I'm not gay. Cause her, Hannah Banana, I'm not a lesbian either. Like, no way, no way, no way, no way. Cause I really wanted to choke her ass out because I wanted her to like she was really irritating me. Hannah Banana, that crying, like I know I'm not gay. Like I know I'm not gay. So even though men are draining, okay, when a woman is draining, she's draining. Okay, draining. And the tears are just, I can't do that. At least when men are draining, you don't get the tears and shit. You know what I mean? I'm not gay. That's what I do know. I'm not gay. And I never will be gay because I can't deal with women like that. Like, oh my God. Like, had me feeling bad for Jeremiah. And Jeremiah, to me, he was a red flag. I just gotta be honest with you. I was like, what is his motive here? He's over here love bombing her. Like, what's her motives? So, no. I'm cool with being by myself. I think that's what it is. Then I don't have to worry about nobody draining me. And I love kids. Kids can drain my energy, but everybody else, stay away from me. Stay away from me.
And another thing, for all y'all heifers saying that Brittany Renner became Muslim because of a man, and this is me as a Muslim woman coming to y'all, because a lot of y'all be non-Muslims trying to clock Muslim tea, which is crazy to me. But for all y'all who be like, girls becoming Muslim because of niggas, astaghfirullah, all Muslims are Muslims because of a man. All of us are Muslims. Muslim men are Muslims because of a Muslim man.
Because of our Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. All of us are Muslims because of a man. Duh.
And that really goes for all religions, to be honest. So it is what it is. I'm not taking Brittany serious. There's nothing about her that tells me I should. So I'm not. Okay. She's going to have to prove to me that she is someone I can take serious. And there's just nothing about her that to me is, oh my gosh, I should take her serious. She doesn't follow through. She doesn't stay consistent. And she's just all over the place. So I'll start taking Brittany serious when she takes herself serious. That's my opinion when it comes to her. Okay. All right, let's move on to B Simone. I mean, I'm not shocked, but it's just like, wow, like pygmies are not embarrassed. I would be so embarrassed.
Is it your foot? I love you.
I love you too.
Welcome back to another episode of Let's Try This. You don't need no introduction. When's the last time you've been in love?
When I met you, I'm like, I don't know how to take this girl.
You thought I was playing.
You what?
Do you think I am too alpha, too boss to have the alpha man? Like, could a guy like you really, really date a woman like me? Sean, I've never heard you say that.
You never had?
I have. I'm so scared of marriage.
No, I'm not. You would.
No, I'm not. Why do you think that?
I mean,
last question, and then we go. This is just fun. You don't want a relationship, and I don't want that either. We're on the same page with that. So don't, like, you know, get weird. But,
Hold on, this right here.
Is that your foot?
I don't know where to start because I'm just like, is she for real? She's not serious. This is all a setup. Okay, this is all a scheme that Todd set up. There's no way. So Brittany, is someone B Simone is out here promoting an episode that she did with the baby. Okay. And she's been obsessed with this man for a while, but he's always like played her to the left. You know, with Danny Lay, his baby mama. He keeps choosing all of these women, but her. She's made it very clear that she wants this man. And listen, ladies, men actually want you when you don't want them. And I'm not even going to tell you pretend like you don't, because I don't know about y'all. I don't be pretending. It be real for me because I really don't care. Like, I like my life. I like myself. I don't really know you like that. So I don't know if you're trying to come in my life and destroy it. So I really don't be acting like I don't want them, but I really do. I really don't care. You know, like that's just how my approach is. But I noticed with me having that approach, men want you more. They do. Like, they will literally hunt you down and try to find you. Right. And they think it's a challenge. And for me, I'm not challenging you. I'm really like in my own world, minding my own business, doing my own thing. Like, that's just me. And so I noticed with me naturally being like this, I'm like, wow, like men want you way more, because there have been times in my life where it's like I have showed interest and it's a different type of energy. But when you don't show any interest at all, because you just really focus on yourself and what you got going on in your life and everything like that, they will literally chase you down like a wild animal. Like, will beg. And I guess some men are like, oh, that's simping. I don't know. I think some men that really like you or find you to be interesting, it's like they kind of crave you more because of it. So I don't know. I don't think it's simping. I think it's just a man just really wanting to get at you. I wanting you. But one thing I noticed with B Simone, she's the opposite. And because she's the opposite, it's reversed. So she's chasing this man down, and he's like, oh, I don't want her. He keeps choosing all of these girls over her. And so it's reversed. And it's like, ladies, you have the ability, you have the power to flip that. Okay. But you gotta chill. B Simone gotta chill. She gotta chill. So here it is. If y'all don't remember this, this was an episode that she did on Wildin' Out.
Let me see that.
My ego would not allow me to do this. I don't know. What? Are there any ladies in the chat where it's like your ego wouldn't allow you to like do stuff like this? And it's crazy because ladies, work on your ego. Okay, get very familiar with your ego because it can be very beneficial to you. Know when to be in your ego and know when you should step out of it. But when it comes to self-respect, you should be in your ego. Okay. Now when it comes to you being wrong, when you're wrong and you need to apologize or you need to be accountable for your actions, that's when you step out of your ego. Okay. But when it comes to self-respect, I'm gonna need you to stand 10 toes in your ego. Okay. And don't come out of it. Okay. Do not come out of your ego when it comes to your self-respect. When it comes to accountability, okay, come out of it. When it comes to self-respect, stand in it. Because this is crazy. God, it's cringy.
Let me see that. Let me see that.
Oh. And she put on a wedding dress. And then they tell you don't do that. Don't they? Isn't there like some type of myth or something where they say don't put on a wedding dress? Or like, isn't there some type of a superstition around that?
Tie my shoe real quick.
Okay, whatever you want, boo. All right. Okay, hurry.
I appreciate you, baby.
Yeah, my ego, it don't even allow me to play around like that. That's crazy. That's crazy. So, and then it makes you wonder, is B Simone playing or is she serious? And it seems like she's been serious this whole time. It seems like she's been serious this whole time. This is crazy.
Is it your foot? I love you.
I love you too.
Welcome back to another episode of Let's Try This. You don't need no introduction. When's the last time you've been in love?
When I met you, I'm like, I don't know how to take this girl.
You thought I was playing.
You would.
Do you think I am too alpha, too...
Why? This is my thing. Okay, this is a Christian woman that's laid up in the bed with this man doing a podcast episode, playing footsie under the cover, and then they have a cover there? Hold on. How do Christian women feel about this? How do y'all feel about this? Seriously.
To another episode of Let's Try This. You don't need no introduction. When's the last time you've been in love?
When I met you, I'm like, I don't know how to take this girl.
Right. Like,
you thought I was playing.
You would.
Do you think I am too alpha, too boss, to have the alpha man? Like, could a guy like you really, really date a woman like me? Sean. Last question, and then we gone. This is just fun, and you don't want a relationship, and I don't want that either. We're on the same page with that, so don't, get weird. But,
I saw this video on TikTok and on Instagram, and the comment sections are vastly different. TikTok girls are not going for it. Christians are not Christians. They don't want to see this. It's like when Keke Palmer interviewed Jonathan Majors, and right before the episode aired, we were like, we don't want to see this. Will not be engaging. Actually, very disappointed. And then the episode was scrapped. B Simone, if you ever want to take a page out of anybody else's book, take one out of Keke Palmer's and get rid of this episode. But on Instagram, it's a different story. A third of the people are just asking for the invite code so they can watch the episode. A third of them are like the people on TikTok, and they're not going for it. But the other third is like, B Simone, you're a marketing genius. And while I normally allow people to live in their delusions, I must shatter this belief because that was a terrible marketing strategy. Terrible! You've been being berated online for a month and a half for wearing short shorts in a church environment. And your big marketing move is to bring a man into your bed knowing that most guests either sit in a chair next to you or on a couch beside you. And I feel like if you have to engage in clickbait in order to build up your content, God is not showing you his favor.
And did you hear what Jasmine said? And let me keep this in mind. People call her a witch. Okay? People call Jasmine a witch. All right? And I don't know if that's the label that she chooses to take on. I don't know. But on TikTok, people label her a witch who's been hurt by the church and everything like that. But it's like, why? I don't know. But lately, why do witches be making more sense? Because she's not lying. When you have favor, you have favor. I tell y'all that all the time. I be telling y'all all the time. I don't got to scam y'all. People call me a witch too. But I'm like, I don't got to scam y'all. I got favor. I don't have to come on here and finesse y'all. I don't got to be out here showing my ass and my titties. I don't, because I have favor. So when you have favor and you believe that you have favor, you move a certain way. There are things that you don't have to do. I don't even have to talk to the sugar daddy in my phone because I have favor. I know that God is going to provide. My ancestors are going to support me. That's what I know. I will not go broke, hungry. I won't need or want for anything. So there are just certain things that I don't have to subject myself to if I know it goes against my morals, beliefs, and principles. There's a lot of things that I don't have to do because I truly believe that I have favor over my life. I don't have to deal with a man and he suck me dry, suck my energy. I have favor. Okay. So let me go ahead and repeat this. Because the witches be getting a bad rep, but I'm just like, you know what? You're right about that.
Marketing strategy, terrible. You've been being berated online for a month and a half for wearing short shorts in a church environment. And your big marketing move is to bring a man into your bed knowing that most guests either sit in a chair next to you or on a couch beside you. And I feel like if you have to engage in clickbait in order to build up your content, God is not showing you his favor.
And why? But why? And this is the thing. Why is God not showing you favor when it comes to you doing what you believe God is calling you to do? Like that's what I'm not understanding. If God is calling you to do something, right? Then you don't have to feed into these antics because God is going to provide that path for your content to flow through. Meaning God is going to put the light on you so that you can be seen. You don't have to wear the short shorts. You don't have to do all of that. You don't. You may have to get a little more creative. But again, back to what I said earlier in this live, a lot of women want the shortcut because they want the fast, instant results. They don't want to build something solid. And maybe God is trying to get you to build something solid, something that's going to be long lasting, but you're trying to take the shortcut route. And this is how it's easy to clock these women that be cloaking themselves in religion. It's easy to clock because their motives don't be making any real sense to me at all. Like their motives are shysty, manipulative, and they feel like because they say Jesus and God all the time, that people are not going to be able to see through their little facade. But I'm telling you, like people who are favored and they believe they are favored, they move a certain way and they don't feel the need to just do just anything to make money or to put themselves out there to be recognized. Like they don't feel the need to do that.
But I digress. And that man that you brought into your bed during the month of Pride is a man that made homophobic remarks and half-ass apologized for them?
Crazy.
It was terrible marketing. Fire your team.
And let's be real. The only reason why B Simone is not canceled is because she's a part of the Christian community. That's it. That's it. That's the only reason. That's the only thing that's saving her career and her reputation is Christianity. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. If Christians were to be more discerning when it comes to her, she wouldn't have anything. She wouldn't have anything. And you got to start questioning, like, why do content creators do that? They get in trouble with their public image and reputation. They scam people. They do all of these things. They finesse. And then the next thing you know, they've cloaked themselves in a religious group to cover up like some of the past things that they have done. And then what do religious people do? They welcome them in with open arms, without question, with nothing. So it's crazy. And I get why, because that's how the religion is taught. I get why. But man, she keeps doing questionable things that I'm just like, I don't understand her. I don't get it.
And if you are your team, fire yourself and hire somebody else.
And another reason it's questionable is, do you think B Simone, and I want you to put a 1 in the chat, Do you think B Simone, if she wasn't making money from this, or if she wasn't seeing it as like a profitable thing to do you really think she would be doing it? And that's the question I have. It's the reason why, honestly, when Megan Ashley decided that she was going to start her own podcast, I felt like she was always more genuine. Like you can really tell Megan truly does the work, and she goes within and she really reflects and she does a lot of introspection. And she's someone that I could truly trust and respect as a Christian woman. Like you could just tell it's in her spirit, it's in her voice, it's how she talks, how she articulates herself. Megan Ashley to me was always more genuine than B Simone. But because Megan Ashley is not problematic, because she is just not really willing to just do anything or whatever, she doesn't get as much shine as B Simone. And so I noticed that. I noticed that. I always like Megan Ashley more than B Simone. So this doesn't have anything to do with religion. It has everything to do with character and the person. And so one in the chat, if you think B Simone would still do this for just her personal spiritual relationship with God and Jesus, or two in the chat if you think that she would, because I don't know, it's hard to really tell. It's hard to tell. And then her past ways when it comes to spirituality, she only did spirituality with the whole crystal thing and rose quartz thing. It was strictly just to get a man. So did she learn from that experience, or did she just take on a new spiritual religious outlook and thought process because she thinks, well, this is going to get me a man because the rose quartz didn't? And then it's just crazy how she thought rose quartz really truly is used for self-love. I just, oh my gosh, I don't know where she got that from. I don't. It's for self-love.
And when we call your ass a bird brain, this is exactly what we mean. When we say that you are male identified, this is exactly what we mean. This is the picture that y'all should have in your mind when y'all need to be explained to what a pick-me is, okay?
And I also want to highlight, ladies, another thing that you can learn from this situation is that the pick-me's are ruining their careers. Are you noticing that? Are you noticing the girls that chose the man over themselves are ruining their careers? Like B Simone, this is such a bad look on so many levels. It's just a bad look. It's a bad look because it shows that she has not changed from the rose quartz, okay, to the baby interview now that she's Christian. I just got to be honest with you. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. Brittany Renner also ruined her career. She could have been great in the fitness arena. Okay, she has a nice body. She could have done a whole journey about her getting back healthy and in shape after she had her son. She could have sold programs, workout programs, but again, it just wasn't fast. So she decided to ditch that and do something else. And so I'm noticing that a lot of these ladies are just ruining their careers and any future opportunities that they could really have because of just pick me behavior, whether it is male validation, because that's pick me behavior as well. And it just seems like that's what's going on here.
Because this girl's entire identity and entire worth is wrapped up in the validation she receives from motherfucking men, from penis people. It's sickening because she's not over there not doing any type of work, and she keeps.
And listen, by now, I mean, girl, it's 2025, right? It's 2025. The humans with the penises, they're not loyal. They're only loyal to each other and themselves. Is it like, I just thought it would be clicking by now. The humans with the penises, okay, they're only loyal to each other and themselves. So when you loyal to them, you betraying yourself because they're gonna be loyal to themselves and each other. Who gonna be loyal to you? You gotta be loyal to you, right? Well, that should be the priority here, but it's not. It's the man. That's why the pick-me's keep losing. It's like, girl, oh my God, this is embarrassing. I'm embarrassed.
Grifting, hopping from thing to thing, trend to trend, trying to find some form of identity about herself to hold on to. But I'm going to let her tell y'all how sick her ass is.
Yeah. Somebody please turn that when your friend is being delusional. Like somebody turn that into a meme because that shit is funny. I'm embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed.
Welcome back to another episode of Let's Try. You don't need an introduction.
And mind you, she acting like this after this man has rejected her publicly on several occasions.
How you been in love?
Hold on, we already.
Like how he treats women.
It's crazy.
I never heard you say that.
Like, how are you not embarrassed? How are you not embarrassed? This man done showed you how he treats women. We all seen how he treats women from the
And how he treat his kids. Don't forget the kids.
To his first baby mother, to Megan the Stallion. This man showed us how he's abusive, and I mean anybody could get it. Homophobic, and that's what got him canceled. And he's been trying to claw his way back into the good graces of hip-hop in the industry ever since.
Now, let me get into this whole spiritual reckoning that these pick-me's are currently experiencing. A spiritual reckoning is a state of self-reflection and evaluation of one's spiritual state, often involving a period of intense introspection and re-evaluation of one's beliefs, values, and actions. It can be a time of profound change leading to a deeper understanding of one's self and one's relationship with the divine or higher power. Okay. Whatever you believe in, right? And so when it comes to this situation with the pygmies, the reason why they're going through a reckoning is because there's duality. Okay. There's polarity here. There's the dusty men, and then there's the pygmies. One cannot exist without the other. So you have the Dusty, the baby, and then you have B Simone, the pygmy. And do you see how she upholds the dust? Okay, she's not allergic. She's not allergic. She's very well deeply committed to this Dusty. And so because one can exist without the other, it's the reason why the pygmies are going through a reckoning, very similar to how the dusty men, are also going through a reckoning. And this is why I was urging the girls. If you saw my Patreon video, I said the divide is going to happen. And people were accusing me like, Yoni, you want there to be a divide among women. I said, no, this type of divide is not no mean girl type shit. It's a natural divide that's going to take course because it is just, it's the order. It's just the order of things. It's just the natural order of things. And so it was just bound to happen. You have a group of women that are out here really choosing to face themselves, which is very hard. It's very challenging. That's what shadow work is, when you face your demons and you truly work on yourself and you elevate. And so because a good majority, not saying it's the majority of women, but a good majority of women decided, okay, I'm going to turn within. I'm going to heal. I'm going to work on myself. I'm going to stop people pleasing. I'm going to take accountability. I'm going to take my power back. I'm going to transmute. I'm going to alchemize. Because a good majority of women decided to do that, okay, it shifted the energy. It shifted the collective. It shifted the culture. And so now that shift is currently happening, which is creating a divide. All right. Now, the divide is natural. It's natural because there's a mirroring that's supposed to happen. You can't have that mirroring effect when you're standing too close to certain people. So for us, we may look at B Simone and we may see past things that we once struggled with ourselves. But then when it comes to B Simone, she may be looking at the girls that truly did the shadow work and they really faced themselves, and she may be seeing something different. The polarity, right? She may be seeing the contrast of what that looks like for us. And so that's what's spiritually happening. So when it comes to these pygmies going through a reckoning, it was just one of those situations where it was bound to happen. It was bound to happen. And so here we are And I don't mock them. I'm not laughing at them. I just want them to understand that this is what is happening, and it's really truly pushing you to grow and to change and to elevate. And this is why I'm always telling you to work on yourself, so then you're not forced to go through change that hurts and is very painful. And then, as you can see, like B Simone is probably going to go through a lot of hurt and a lot of pain, and it could have been preventable if she would have just chose to just do the work on her own terms instead of being forced spiritually to go through this reckoning. Same thing with Brittany Renner. You know, all the backlash that she's going to experience and go through, that can take a toll on your mental health. So sometimes it's just best for you to go and do the work yourself, go through your own process on your own terms, go through your own ego death, so then you're not forced to do it, because it could be very painful. It could be a very painful process and experience, and I just don't wish that on nobody.
And anything he touches, it just flops. Like that song with him and Young Miami. And so now
they had a song
sitting with a woman. B Simone was the same girl we saw damn near having a meltdown in her car because the baby popped out with Danny Lay, having a meltdown about that boy not wanting her. You wasn't even an option. You was not even an option to this man. Now all of a sudden.
And then listen, ladies. So remember when a lot of you were concerned, and I was telling y'all there's nothing to be concerned about. A lot of you were concerned like, oh, these men are never going to learn because there will always be a pick-me there. There will always be. Well, the pick-me's are going through their own reckoning. There will not be, men will not have anyone to run to. Okay? They won't. And so even right now, when it comes to this whole situation with the baby, right? He's on her podcast because he's been canceled. So what did he do? They love to run to a woman. Remember, I told you that. I said they run to women, they hide under their skirt because they don't want to face the issues that they have caused in their own life. But that's going to stop too. These men are not going to have anyone to run to. They're just not. They're not going to have anyone to run to. They're going to have to face themselves and work on themselves. That is part of this whole reckoning for the Dusties and the Pick-me's. It's happening.
You the one who's giving him a time of day. This is who you choose the platform and putting behind a paywall because you need the money. And we already know, we already can see what's going to happen in the near future between these two. And guaranteed, y'all, watch her do another pivot behind getting dragged by the baby. And is it really worth it? The girl must have a fetish at this point for getting humiliated, especially by a man.
Must be hereditary, y'all, because somebody was being messy. I think this was like a few months ago, where her sister she's married to a man that's locked up. I think she married him when he was in prison. And if you go to her TikTok, it's a whole thing, y'all. It's a whole thing. Like she's moving, she's uprooting her whole life to go and be with this man once he gets out of prison. It's a lot. It's like life after lockup over there on her TikTok. It's crazy. So she's married to a man that's doing jail time. So you know what? I don't know what these girls, I don't know what her or her sister went through in their childhood, but man, oh my God. They're both very, very similar. They are. They're very, very similar.
Is that your foot?
Laugh.
I love you.
I love you too.
Welcome back to another
Why are we in the
episode
bed?
of Let's. You don't need no introduction. When's the last time you've been in love?
When I met you, I'm like,
Girl,
I don't know how to
please.
take this girl.
You thought I was playing.
You what?
No, you were
Do you
thirsty.
think I am too alpha, too boss, to have
He
the
did not
alpha
like
man?
this lady.
Like, could a guy like you really, really?
Also, ladies, are you noticing that because you've done the shadow work on yourself, you're able to pinpoint the toxicity in women now? Seriously, did y'all see on Love is Blind? Did y'all see the feminine toxicity on there? Like, oh, like the girls were like, oh, Huda, oh, he doesn't deserve you. He doesn't deserve you. You'll find a better man. Like, this girl needs therapy. She needs to fucking find a therapist. She don't need to go. She's talking about, you'll get a better man. You'll get a man that can handle you. I'm like, It was awful. I gotta talk about Love Island because that is so toxic. They were really feeding her head like, oh girl, it's not you. You're not the problem. The whole time the problem. The whole time the problem. The problem, the problem, the problem, the problem, the problem started with her. And so when I was trying to watch Love Island, it triggered me so bad. Like every time they would condone or enable her bullshit, I was just like, because girl, me and her would have got into it. I would have told her about herself. I'm like, listen, sis, you're the problem. You're toxic. You're overly emotional. You're desperate. You're embarrassing. You have no self-respect. You're insecure. You have low self-esteem. And you're insecure about how you're a single mother. You didn't even want to tell this man you had a child. I mean, I would have went in on her. I would have went in. I would have, especially around the time where she started calling that man out of his name. And then she did it off of pure assumptions. She didn't even have hardcore facts about why America voted the way that they did. So she was just making up shit in her head based off of her insecurities, being completely fucking delusional, and then wanted to put it on him and everyone in the house. Girl, I would have went off on her. I would have went off on her because now you disturbing my peace. It's cool. Y'all in y'all little relationship, y'all disturb each other's peace. But when it reached the house's peace, I would have went out. I would have went off on her. Because I'm like, girl, you're doing entirely too much. And then keep in mind, she only knew the man for 2 weeks. 2 weeks acting like that. Oh, girl, I would have let her have it. I would have let her have it. And then another thing, because Jeremiah not in the clear. Okay. He was willing, like most men are willing to put up with that toxicity because it's your type. It's your preference. And that shit was stressing that man out. Did you see how Jeremiah's whole energy and demeanor changed? He was drained. He didn't even look the same. That man didn't even look the same. I'm like, sir, you look like a totally different person from the man how you stepped into the house originally. So, girl, we got a lot to talk about when it comes to that. But the toxic femininity, y'all, that stuff got to stop. Y'all need to start calling these women out on their bullshit. Seriously. Did you see how when everyone in the house was enabling her, she got worse and worse? It was almost like the enabling was amping her up. And so she got bolder. That's toxic. So now that a lot of women have decided to work on themselves, we're able to spot the toxicity in these women. We really are. And it's bad. Yeah, I'm just like, it got me thinking like, I wouldn't want to date you either. I wouldn't want to date y'all either. You disturbing my peace.
He will not like you.
Sean, I've never heard you say that.
You never had?
I have. I'm so scared of marriage.
No, I'm not. You is.
No, I'm not. Why do you think that?
I mean,
Last question, and then we go. This is just fun. You don't want a relationship.
I've never been one to judge, but I thought she was on a spiritual journey and finding the Lord and wanted a husband and wanted all this stuff and was doing everything about the Lord and what.
Because y'all, it sounded like she in a situationship. Am I the only one that picked that up? It seemed like her and the baby are in the bed. It seems like they in a relationship. It's not relationship, a situationship. Friends with benefits type of relationship. Did y'all pick that up? Because I was reading in between the lines. That's what it's giving. And it explains why they're in the bed and all of that. It's given, oh, I know you don't want anything serious right now. I know you don't want anything committed right now. So don't think I'm putting pressure on you and da da da. Yeah, it gave situationship.
What happened? The Pick Me Award of the year goes to, drumroll, B Simone. And it's so many things I have to say about this, but I'm going to keep it short and sweet. The way he dragged, say what you want about Danny Lay. She's not my fave, never been. Because that yellow bone skit, I will never forget. But the way he treated that lady on live, I did not forget about that. That tells me all I need to know about the type of man that you are.
And that's another thing that I wanted to say too. It was never about the preferences being picked over us. It was always about the respect. And I need the preferences to understand that I am not threatened by what you got and who you are. My issue was the disrespect and how y'all would allow men to get in your head and convince you that we have a problem with you. No, we always had a problem with that man and how he treated us and how he would pin us against you. And it never gave that. And so I need the girls to understand that, okay, it's not working out with the preferences. So now they want to run back to us. Don't be stupid. Because just like it was stupid for the preferences to be hot and ready, okay, don't be dumb and make the same mistake and be hot and ready because they coming back to you. Like, don't be stupid. Do not be dumb because now the roles will just go back in reverse. That's it. It will just flat out reverse. And now these men are just running between the both of us. Don't be dumb, please. And that's why I said that women's empowerment is not what it could be. Girl code is not what it could be because men have dismantled it with this imaginary having as competition. It's not real. It's not real. They feed into it. They have you believe it so that they can be served in worship. That's it. That's it. That's it. And so the baby, he was being worshiped by Danny Lay. The baby was being worshiped by his baby mama. Then now the baby is being worshipped by a pygmy. Like it's all about them being worshipped. But he literally went through all of those women, right? He did. He used them all. So know what you're dealing with. Do not be dumb. Don't be dumb. A lot of women are like, oh, the passport bros are coming back from overseas and now they want to settle down with them STDs that they got. Don't be dumb. Like the desperation and eagerness, please check yourself. Seriously. Seriously. Do not be dumb. Do not be dumb. Do not. Everyone wants to talk about how the STD rates are so high and everything like that. But it takes two to tango. The last time I checked, because I saw there was some type of post where a woman was talking about STDs and all of this stuff, and I'm just like, the girls were not out here sleeping with each other or themselves. We had to get the shit from somebody. So that's crazy. That's crazy. If we got it, do you got it? Maybe the statistics are not showing because y'all asses don't go and get tested. Y'all don't have a primary care physician. That's why I'm not out here in these streets. I need y'all to understand. It ain't worth the money. I am not out here in these streets like that. Okay, I'm in Harris County. Harris County, it's like 50, it's like either between like 52%, 58%, like somewhere in there when it comes to like STDs and HIV. I'm not playing with Harris County. Harris County. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. So ladies, y'all be careful out here. Y'all be careful. Because what men are doing is, this is what I think they're doing. They run into women. Okay. They burn bridges with the preference, right? They burn the bridges with the preferences. Then they burn the bridges with the pygmies. And then they run into men. Okay. Who do you think the baby gonna be laid up with after B Simone? You think it's gonna be another woman? You think it's gonna be another woman? They're burning the bridges with the preferences. They're burning the bridges with the pygmies. The only thing that there's left to choose. Okay. Now you know why you know why the STD rates are so high. That's why, girl. That's what they out here doing. Okay, that is what they are out here doing. And if you think I'm lying, let me show you something. I'm gonna show you something. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
And you're in the bed, laid up doing an interview with him. Not to mention that homophobic. There's so many things about that man that's a red flag. And that's the man that you keep begging to give you attention. And you're successful and beautiful in that. I have no words for this. Megan was right. I'm gonna start there. Megan packed her things and got up out of there. She was on the first thing smoking, and she was absolutely 110% correct. Because look what you're doing with your platform. I'm actually disgusted.
Right.
And I'm gonna pray for you. The line, I'm not one to judge, it's not my job. But the line outside of Hell's Gates is gonna be so long. That's all I'm gonna say. It's going to be long. Jordan's release, the line outside of Foot Locker, 25 of those combined. That's how long the line gonna be to get into hell. Because you girls play too much when it comes to that spiritual stuff, and y'all monetize off of it. And when the money dry up, y'all do. Girl,
I mean, the play is so easy to spot. But let me show y'all this. I'm telling y'all, they run into these men now. Okay? They burn the bridges with the preferences. They burn the bridges with the pick-me's. This is all that's left.
Last night I saw you standing. Okay, good. Started pretending and I knew you. You knew.
Now listen, ain't nothing wrong with these men being in their truth, right? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing. My issue with this video, a lot of these men could pass for straight. Wouldn't you say? That's what was throwing me off. Like that's what was really throwing me off. I was like, they could really pass for straight men. And I know some, if I don't know what city this is in, but if I was out here dealing with a man, girl, I would have been all up in the video. Like, let me see if there's somebody I know, girl. Cause hold on, wait a minute. I would have been zooming all up in there. Cause I don't play about my body. Hold on.
Last night I saw you standing. Okay, good. Started pretending and I knew you. You knew.
Just to be sure, you know what I mean? Because I'm like, they could really pass for straight. They could. That's why I was like, oh my God, let me make sure. There's nobody I know. Okay. So I just want the girls to understand. Now, why am I telling you this? I'm not telling you this to pass judgment on men who like men. I'm telling you this to discern and don't play with your body out here in these streets. Okay? Stop. Just because he look good and he don't look gay, don't mean he not. Or bisexual. Okay, he could be bisexual. But girl, you need to be sure. You need to be sure. Cause I was like really shocked. Like, dang. Like even the guy that's singing, I'm like, he could pass for straight. He could pass for straight. So y'all just be careful out here. You gotta double check. You gotta double check. You gotta double check nowadays. You really do. So no, they could, like, any of the a lot of the men in the video could easily trick us, right? Like they could really trick us. So you just gotta ask more questions. Have you ever been? And then, ladies, part of your vetting now. Have you ever been with a man? Well, have you ever thought about being with a man? Do you ever see yourself being with a man? Like you really gotta start asking, cause I mean, damn, some of them could fool me for real. They could fool me for real. So just be careful out here now. Okay. Okay, let's get back to the next reaction. So hold on, was it? I forgot what number I'm on. Dang, did I miss it? Hold on, wait a minute. Oh, okay.
I figured it out. Me and my friends sitting here talking about B Simone, and you know, recently she released that clip with her and the baby. I figured this shit out. When she denounced spirituality because she couldn't get the baby.
I don't know who that was, y'all, but he sounded so good though. I don't know who that was, but he sounded good.
Remember she was talking about how she had the rose quartz and she still couldn't get no man, still couldn't get no husband. Now that she Christian, she thinks she's gonna get her husband, she gonna get a man. In the clip with the baby, she goes, "You scared of marriage? Are you scared?" No, he couldn't fucking damn well. That man ain't marrying no motherfucking body. Oh my, I figured this shit out. Don't mind my nails, y'all. Look crazy. But no. Yeah, she thinks that now that she's a Christian, she's gonna.
And listen, it just gets to a point, y'all, where it's like if he's a part of the hip hop industry, it's best to say he's possibly bisexual. The possibility of him being bisexual is likely. I just need black women to go ahead and just make that known, because I don't know how much Diddy activity do we have to see come out and hit the blogs for you to understand. Like if they in that space, if they're in that space, there's a high chance that they are bisexual at minimum. So I'm just saying, and I still don't understand why that is. Like I'm still trying to unpack that mentally, but it's just the high likely chance that he is bisexual. So
get the husband because she couldn't get the husband when she was spiritual. No, you can't get the husband because your fucking energy stinks. That's why you can't get the husband. You can't get the husband because you don't stand for nothing.
Ooh.
You can't get the husband because, bitch, you fucking try to preach to people but don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You can't get the husband because you're a stammer. That's why you can't get the husband. This is crazy. But I figured it out, y'all. Don't worry. Amari the Sleuth is on the way.
That's crazy. Ooh, okay. She not lying though. It's her energy. It's the energy that she puts out. It's not attractive. It's just not attractive at all.
And as far as B Simone and the baby goes, she has a platform. He was canceled. That's all it comes down to. It's nothing more than that. This girl played in y'all face, acting like she was a Christian, like she was seeking the righteousness of God. And all she was seeking this entire time was a man. And that's how she's always been. She is a male-centered woman. That's it.
Okay, so next question that I have for the chat. You know what? I may have y'all call in. Next question. Next question. Maybe I'll have a call-in show the next time. My next question for the chat is, do you think that B Simone did this for a man? I don't know. I'm kind of torn between money and clout. I don't know. Do you think B Simone did this for a man? Put 1 in the chat. If no, put 2 in the chat. It could be a combination of both, because that's what I was getting with Brittany, like a combination of both. So y'all let me know. And to be honest, like I don't see nothing wrong with that. Listen, to the Christian girlies, where you want to give your opinion on like you want to take on this spiritual journey or this religious journey because of a man, like I just want y'all to be honest about it. That's really it. I just want the girls to be honest, because I mean, Sprinkle has a lane, right? Like she's sitting up here teaching you how to do this and how to do that to get a man. I don't understand why the religious girlies can't be real and do the same thing. Like that, just come out and say it, okay? Instead of trying to make it seem like it's just I'm on this journey. It's just like, cut the bullshit. And that's why Cher is respected. Cher is not respected because people call her a witch and she does spells. Cher is respected because she shows you exactly who she is, and she doesn't care if you like it or not. And it's like a take it or leave it type of thing with her, and it's like you can only respect that. And so if you're wanting respect and you're wanting to have a lane as a religious woman to teach women how to get a man, just say that. Like that's what it is to me. That's what it is to me. That's what it is to me. Just say it. Like, just because Cher, listen, she's controversial as hell. People think she's a witch. She's just a bad person. She's so manipulative. Da, 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 da. But y'all wonder why she's likable and she's so liked. It's because, well, she's not being phony and hiding behind like this fake persona and this facade. Like, she's just like, hey, this is what it is. I don't care if you like it or not. Da, 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 da. But it's like the religious girlies are just they're not picking that up. Instead, they don't like Shira. And it's just like, you could learn a lot from her. No one's saying you got to do what she's doing, but you could learn from the fact of just be honest, just be truthful and authentic. If that's the journey you want to take on, then take on that journey. Just take on that journey. I just, that's what it is for me. Cause you wouldn't be hearing nothing from me. Just be real. Like if that's your intention, that's what you want to do, then do it. But be real about it. Don't be phony, cause now I don't trust you. And that's what people don't understand. The reason why I trust Cher is not because she's a witch. I trust Cher because she's telling you what it is and what it's not. She literally said, I married for money. I'm religious because I want to get a man. What's the difference? What is really the difference? If that's your motive, if that's what you want to do, then just be real about that. That's why I don't get it. That's why I don't get it. That's why I don't get it.
Essentially what she is. You got on this damn show or whatever, your podcast, flirting with him. He acts like he's not even really interested. Not to mention, why would you trust a man who could treat the mother of his child the way he did? The way he treated the mother of his child.
Listen, Cece, I agree. Witches are not bad. I don't like, okay, I don't know. It's how can I say this? Witches are not bad. When you label somebody a witch, right? What makes a witch bad to me is her intentions. But that's with anybody in the world. Like that's a preacher in the pulpit. That's a Muslim woman in her hijab. Like it all depends. It all boils down to her intentions. That's what makes a person bad to me. And I don't think a lot of people understand that. So whenever y'all hear me say which this and which that, like honestly, it truly depends on the person, their motives, and their intentions. Always, that's what I'm more focused on. I don't care what you label yourself. I don't care who you call yourself to be. It's all about your behavior, how you treat others. Are you inflicting harm on women, children, people? Like that's what it is about me. I don't get caught up in the whole witches thing. And part of the reason is because I've educated myself on religion. So I'm just not about to get into all of that because it just creates a divide, a debate. It's exhausting. And it's just, I don't like talking about it too much because at the end of the day, I do believe that religion has a purpose. And I'm big on Christ conscious. I really am. Whether I'm not religious, but I'm really big on Christ conscious, doing the right thing, not because you get a pat on your back for doing the right thing, but because it's the right thing to do. Christ conscious, treating people with kindness. I'm really big on that. So I don't have to be a part of a religious group to have this outlook on life. I'm just that person naturally because I have a spiritual relationship. And so that's just what I focus on. But no, witches to me are not bad. I'm not afraid of witches. I'm not threatened by witches or anything like that. I'm just, I don't know. I'm just going off of, your motives, your intentions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to pass judgment and automatically assume that because somebody calls themselves a witch, that they're a bad person. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. So if you call yourself a preacher, I'm just automatically going to assume you're a good person. No, like that's just not how my mind works. It just, you have to show up consistently a certain way within your behavior for me to discern you to that level or that extent, in my opinion, for judgment. So that's all it is for me.
Danile, why would you like, and then you sitting up there in front of the entire world and your audience probably supports it because let me tell you something. I don't even know how she got as far as she did.
Oh, y'all think
maybe she knows how to talk right. I don't know. I don't even know how she's still relevant, but somehow, some way she is. He needs somebody to help remarket him, catapult his career back into the right direction. And I just think he's using her to do that, if you ask me. But she's just so giddy. She's so blind.
She's being used in the same way that Danny Lay was being used. Because remember, he was using Danny Lay in the same way. He was using her in the same way to help further his career. So it is what it is. That's how they started dealing with each other. Probably started off in the booth.
She just seems like she's the type of person that any attention a male can give her, she is willing to take it. It don't matter. You act like you was seeking the word of God. I guess that just wasn't enough for you. That wasn't the right man for you to get attention from. I've never been a B Simone fan. I felt like she's just so insecure in so many ways. Like she just screams insecurity in different ways. If this is a marketing ploy or a marketing scheme, it was a bad one. I'll just say that. It was terrible idea.
Another thing that I'm noticing with this spiritual reckoning is like you can see the pick-me's, you can see their insecurities clear as day. It's almost like the veil has been lifted where you can see their insecurities. Like, it's so loud. It doesn't matter if it's Brittany Renner. It doesn't matter if it's Huda from Love Island. It doesn't matter if it's B Simone. It's like you could really see their insecurities clear as day. Clear as day. Clear as day. Clear as day. And it's sad. Like, I don't know why. It's like, it's so sad because these women are beautiful. Okay. They do questionable things that make them ugly, right? But at the same time, it's like if they would just work on themselves, they could really, really like level up and really be a beautiful woman inside and out. But it's just they do things with their behavior that just makes them so ugly. Like Huda, when she first came on the show, she had like this really nice little glow. She was an attractive, beautiful woman. But over the course of time, she became so ugly to me. Like, I'm like, girl, you are ugly. And I'm talking about just the way she behaved, how she carried herself, how she handled herself. It was just so unattractive. I'm like, girl. And then that attractiveness, it just wore completely off. And you really saw her, and it's just like, you're not a beautiful person. You're just not. And beautiful is not always just the physical. Sometimes it's the spirit, it's the aura, it's the essence, it's how a woman behaves, how she conducts herself, how she carries herself, how she treats others. You know, it's more to beauty than just the outer appearance. And when you carry yourself a certain way and it's just not a good look, it can make you really ugly on the outside. And so that's another thing that we're seeing with these ladies as well. Okay, so y'all wanted to talk about the witch thing before I could even get to the witch thing. So let's get into it because this is crazy. This is another witch speaking on B Simone in her attire, because there was a situation where B Simone, she decided to wear Daisy Dukes to a prayer conference. And the Christian community did not like that.
So I seen B Simone. I seen all the stuff talking around B Simone right now. And of course, a lot of church women is trying to get her together. And you always get some stupid bitch that's trying to throw a wrench in the... So let me be 100% clear. I do talk to Yahweh and Jesus, right? But I am not no Christian. One, don't do labels. Two, I'm a fucking witch. As a witch, there is certain ground I would not go on dressed any old kind of way out of respect for my ancestors. Bitch, do you think I'm finna go praise and worship next to my goddamn granny in Daisy Dukes? That's what people is tripping off of for real. It's not that, it's Daisy Dukes. We had this chat months ago with the office siren bullshit. You cannot wear whatever the fuck you want anywhere. And this is why they constantly say a certain age group ain't got no fucking self-respect.
It's crazy, y'all. But they label carrying yourself in a respectable manner as respectability politics. And I'm just like, no, it's honoring the space that you're in. It's being respectful of the space that you're in. Seriously, like when I go home and I visit my family, I don't just be wearing anything around my family because I have a lot of respect for them. First of all, I respect my elders. I respect my parents, my family. I respect my dad. I already know how my dad is. My dad, he doesn't want to see all of this. He don't want to see all of this. So you know what? When I'm around my father, I cover up out of respect for him. It's not about control. It's about respect. And so a lot of people just don't understand that. If I can respect myself when it comes to me doing a job interview and covering up to get the job, why can I not do that for my parents, my family? And the sacrifices that they have made for me, the least I could do is respect them while I'm in their presence. It doesn't mean I have to dress like that all the time. And my brothers and my father, they be seeing me on Facebook when I post my little cute outfits and stuff like that. I'm not covered up. But when I'm around them, it's a respect thing. It's not a control thing. It's a respect thing. So I used to struggle with this when I was younger, but it just finally clicked. It takes a level of maturity. It's not about control, it's about respect. And so when I'm around them, I cover up. I'm not dressed like a nun, but like I just wear, tops like this and stuff like that because, I'm around my dad, like that just, I don't need to be sexy, but when they see me on Facebook cuz I'm out living my life, then they're going to see that. So it is what it is. That's the balance that I have. Yeah, like I don't cuss around my family. my parents and all of that. Like I don't know. I'm just very big on there's a time and a place. And I'm very big on just respecting the boundaries and the authoritativeness in spaces that I'm in, because it's just a respectable thing to do. And I notice when I carry myself like this, people respect me. So it's like it's an exchange. It's not even oh, I'm bowing down to this person, but they're not doing anything for me. No, it's like it's a fair exchange type of thing. So it's just crazy to me. Let's continue. Let's continue.
Did y'all hear about B Simone and what she with the church?
Okay, so someone said that witches are just bad, period. The word of God speaks on this. The word of God speaks on the intentions of the witch. Okay? That's the part, and that's what I'm saying. Read the Bible for yourself instead of allowing people to interpret it for you. Read it for yourself. What were the intentions of the witch? People don't want to read the Bible for themselves. They want to read it based off of what someone else has said to them or told them. Reread the Bible for yourself. It's a journey that I'm currently on right now, and I'm reading scripture for myself. I'm not reading scripture based off of what pastor is saying. I'm literally opening the Bible and I'm reading it for myself. And I'm interpreting it for myself based off of where I am in life, based off of what it means to me. And it's just a different approach. Otherwise, you're just being told what to do. That's it. And when it comes to this is what I'm going to challenge you on. You're being told what to do at work. You're being told what to do in your family. You're being told what to do at school. You're being told what to do when it comes to the laws here in the US. When do you ever just do things for yourself without being told? And if you notice, in every space that I listed off, it's not just religion. In every space that I listed off, you're always being told what to do. You're never choosing to do things for yourself or to think for yourself. Every thought that you have was given to you, and you're not challenging that. So challenge it. If you feel like what you believe is true, if you feel like you going to school, if you feel like what your parents are telling you to do, if you feel like what your teachers is telling you to do is the truth, then challenging it shouldn't take you away from anything. It should lead you back to the same spot. So everywhere you go, you're being told this, told that, told this, told that. And in college, the literature, it tends to like get you to challenge and critically think a little bit more, because your earlier life, it was always about being told. And in college, it's kind of like more free thinking and critical thinking and being more analytical. But it's like every space that you enter into, you're literally being programmed and told what to do. Seriously, seriously. And then if you don't follow the rules, right? Then you get kicked out of school. If you don't follow the rules, then you get kicked out of your family and you're disowned. If you don't follow the rules, then you get kicked out of church. If you don't follow the rules, then you get kicked out of every space that you go into, because you're always being told what to do and how to do it, and you must follow those rules. But you don't even challenge it or question it for yourself. So think about that. Think about that. Think about that. And why is that? Why is that? Why am I not allowed to think for myself and choose things for myself? Why is everything being taught to me or told to me, and I'm not able to think for me? That's it. So challenge yourself in that way. In every area of your life, not just religion. Your family expectations. Let me make this clear. Your family expectations, your friendship circle, okay, your the curriculum, right, in your school, history, all it, like, actually question things in every area. It doesn't just have to be church. Okay, question everything.
Take my glasses off. That lady went to church with an oversized blazer on and some Daisy Dukes with a tie. I think they said she led a prayer breakfast, and then they're like, "Oh, the Bible says come as you are. You guys say come as you are." I think come as you are is more internal versus external, meaning whatever you're going through, what you represent,
They really do.
All that, come as you are. Not purposely come as you are, meaning, oh, I could take advantage of this. Like, you wouldn't go to work like that. If you had a corporate job, you wouldn't go to work like that. You still representing yourself and your household, no matter where you go. Why does don't apply to church? I don't get it. I don't know.
You know what? But okay, so follow your destiny. I wanted to kind of branch off of what you just said. What a lot of people don't understand is fear is in every space that I just listed off. It doesn't matter if it's church, if it's school, if it's your family, if it's society, the American dream. Fear is literally all around you. Okay. You fear losing your home. You fear not being able to pay your bills. You fear if you don't do what your parents say that they won't like it or they'll disown you or they won't be proud of you. Like fear is literally all around you and it shapes your life unknowingly. You do it like every day, probably every minute or on the minute or the hour. Seriously, seriously, seriously. So you actually have to push past fear to challenge things. And this is how I was able to kind of get to where I am in life is I challenged the things that my parents told me. Like my parents had a bad habit of fear mongering. They wanted me to walk the straight and narrow. And when I mean like the straight and narrow, they wanted me to do what they did. And I'm just like, okay, doing what you did, I see how, it's kind of working for you, but will it work for me? And so I ventured off that straight and narrow. Now, did I venture off the straight and narrow because I wanted to go out here and like commit a crime or to hurt someone? No, I went off the straight and narrow because it just did not feel right for me. So I challenged the straight and narrow that my parents wanted me to fall on because I wanted to see if it wasn't for me, then what is? And then that's how I created this whole path for myself. And the path that I'm walking is a path that my parents said would never work or it did not exist. And so a lot of people are trapped in a path that doesn't even really resonate with them. They just do it because that's what's been told for them to do. And they're afraid to disappoint their family. They're afraid to even disappoint themselves. They're afraid to fall and get back up. They're afraid to try something new. They're afraid to challenge what they believe because they fear that they'll go to hell. Like it's really crazy, but they don't challenge anything. They just live this life. And then a lot of things that I notice about people in the church, like there's this pattern of people in the church where they feel like they have to live a very perfect life. And so they tend to hide things that they struggle with because they don't want to be judged oftentimes. But part of the reason they hide these things is because they can't really be themselves. And so the fear of truly being seen authentically is something that they constantly live with. So they have to live in the dark. They can't even live in the light. And so they're not really happy in life. They're not. And so if like Tyler Perry, prime example, there's nothing wrong with him being gay. There's nothing wrong with him being who he is. But because it goes against what he has been taught, he has to hide and live in the dark. And so now that kind of stuff is coming to the surface or is coming to light. And he shouldn't really feel ashamed or embarrassed other than the fact that what he did was just inappropriate, in my opinion. Like, you shouldn't be texting your employees like that. That was just dumb. But like, who he is, though, shouldn't be an embarrassment. But that's how he's choosing to take that on because of what he's been told and how he's been raised and what he's been taught. And so now it puts him in a position of insecurities, self-esteem. Oh, I'm not worthy. I'm not deserving. It's like a slippery slope for a lot of people, And it's all because they don't want to challenge what has been told to them or what has been taught to them. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to give you a heads up when it comes to the world and the many different shifts that we're currently under right now as a collective. You better start challenging things. And the reason I'm saying is because the world that we once knew is gone. It's dead. It's gone. It's dead. So a lot of things are going to be revealed to you. Like if you haven't noticed, a lot of things are going to be revealed to you. A lot of truth is going to be revealed to you. And if you don't start questioning things and challenging things, like even when it comes to the American dream, right? I've been doing a lot of research on like real estate, home ownership. Like, why is there an HOA fee? Like, we have to pay property taxes, HOA fees. The bank truly owns the home. So when do I ever own the home? But this is the American dream. If you don't start questioning what you've been taught, if you don't start questioning what has been programmed in your mind when it comes to school and when it comes to working a job, when it comes to religion, when it comes to the United States government, girl, you gonna be struggling. I'm being so real for you because you've been manipulated. Like you really have. When it comes to this whole system, you've been played. And it's gonna get to a point where you won't be able to deny that anymore. You won't be able to deny that anymore. Another thing that I want to talk about too, because I'm about to like me critically thinking. Let me tell you how, let me give you an example of how I critically think, right? So crystals, right? A lot of religious people have an issue with crystals. They have an issues with stones, okay? And so I really like thought about it and I'm like, okay, God created crystals. It's mineralogy. It's like another subject when it comes to science, right? And so they come with spiritual properties naturally that God created, right? So they do things that aren't supposed to help a human in a way. Now, why would God create that if it's demonic or if it's bad, right? But then man, right, creates painkillers, or man creates medication in a lab, in a laboratory, okay? And so I'm supposed to choose the painkillers but demonize the crystals. I'm supposed to seek healing from big pharmacy that was created in a lab over taking something that was created from the earth. That doesn't make sense to me. Why am I putting so much trust in painkillers? That comes from man. And this is the thing. We don't question things enough, because honestly, this is just something that I recently questioned, like, why is that? And then why is it taught to me to trust big farm, but crystals is demonic? But I pray to God. I'm like, God, heal me, heal me. And if you know my recent situation with my family, right? The reason why I'm talking about this, you know, my recent situation with my mother, do you understand why I came to this revelation recently? Because it's like, I'm supposed to trust Big Farm. I'm praying to God, like, heal my mother. Please heal my mother. Da, 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 da. And then the whole crystal conversation took place on TikTok. And I really started to think about it, like, herbs are demonic. Natural oils that come from the earth that God created is demonic. But Big Farm, that's not. That's God's doing. And I need to trust that. But it doesn't make sense to me. So it's just like, that's on start questions. Like, and the reason why I'm telling you to trust things, or no, not trust things. The reason I'm telling you to question things is because the veil has been lifted. And if you're just being real, like, a lot of shit doesn't make sense. Like, a lot of, like, the American dream doesn't make sense. The educational system doesn't make sense. The job force doesn't make sense. Like, a lot of stuff around you does. The taxes doesn't make sense. Like, all of these things that we put on such a high pedestal and we're chasing, and we feel like we need these things. It's like, why when really in the long run it doesn't really do much for us. Like, you want to get a home, but you're not going to own it. Are you aware of that? Like, you're not going to own it. You're not going to actually own the home. So even if you pay off the house, you still have to pay property taxes. So that means I technically don't own it then, right? Like, a lot of stuff does not make sense. A lot of stuff does not make sense. This stuff does not make sense. And then, do you notice how they demonize things that are natural, that come from the earth, but then they want you to trust in what they create in labs? I don't know. Like, it's just it's really crazy. And I'm a firm believer that God gave us everything that we needed to heal ourselves, to help ourselves, and we have traded all of that in. And so now society, we've really kind of put ourselves in a corner because now we're 100% reliant on them, and we lack the ancestral knowledge. We lack the herbalism. We don't have any information on that stuff. We're 100% reliant on them when it comes to food, when it comes to medicine. We're 100% reliant on them. There's nothing that we can truly own in this world. FDA approved. We became comfortable with that label. Start questioning things. And it's not just religion. Like, I need people to understand that. I don't just question religion. I question this whole operation. Religion is just part of that. That's it. So I don't know. I think that's crazy. You know, a lot of religious people that, like I said, they have issues with the crystals, but like the painkillers, that high cholesterol medication, antidepressants, all of that stuff, they'll pray to God about that. But crystals is where they draw the line, and I'm just like, God literally made that from the earth. So I don't know. I don't know. Again, I really think it comes down to intentions. Like, what is the crystal being used for? How are you using the crystals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. For me to say it's dark or it's wrong. Like, how are you utilizing this crystal? Like, that's what I'm gonna ask you before I pass judgment on if it's bad or it's demonic or you're a bad person. Like, I need to know, like, what are you using it for? Seriously, because God created it for a reason. Do you think God creates things for no reason? Or do you think God creates things just because? Just like, oh, I'm gonna create this crystal that has all of these spiritual properties to them that can like help you and things like that, but like it's demonic. Don't use it. I'm just wondering. Okay, let me continue.
I'm not gonna tell you no word of a lie. B Simone is a prime example of a wolf in sheep clothing. Oh yeah, baby, what they say, we living in our last days, so everybody's showing who the fuck they really are. Now let me break it down to you. When you think about it, God forgive me, but
Somebody said, how do you worship a crystal? I honestly, I don't know. I don't like, what do you say to it? Come to me, like how they do in the movies. And that's another thing. It's like a lot of people think witches are what you see in movies, and it's like the most delusional thing ever. Witches is not what you see in movies. And I think they like come up with these like ideas. But you know what else? One thing I know about this system, it will literally cloak it in like manipulation to have you think one way so that the truth is covered up. So like I think the reason why they do that in like Hollywood, and they like make witches and they make them look bad and evil and everything, like imagery, like they make it look like that, and they make you think that, oh, you worship, like witches worship crystals, and like it's bad, it's wicked. And I really think it's it's because they're trying to hide the truth, because we don't want you to rely on what you naturally have access to. We want you to rely on us. So we're going to give you access to everything that supports what we want you to have and do for us, that lines our pockets. But we're going to demonize anything that naturally you can give yourself. That's what I think that is, y'all. Because I do. Because when you talk to a lot of like religious people, they really think like being a witch is like what they see in movies. Or they think being like a spell is what it's like what you see in movies. And it's like, no, the spell can be prayer. It's the words that you speak over someone else's spirit. That's a spell. So I listen, y'all be careful out here. That's why I'm like, I don't be having everybody pray for me, because I need to know what your intentions are. If you have pure intentions, pray for me. But if you don't have pure intentions, I don't know what your intentions are. I don't know what your motives are. I don't want you praying for me, because I know it's a spell. That's why when people be like, they praying on my downfall, they praying on my downfall. That's a spell, y'all. And it's wicked. So again, it just depends on what it is.
I'm speaking from my heart. When you think about a woman, a guy, they carry and handle themselves a certain way. If y'all look at B Simone over the years, B Simone is what you want to call an opportunist. B Simone, the type of person will metamorphose into anything that she got to be to keep the ball rolling and growing and keep the attention on her and keep that bag coming to her. When you think about all the things that this lady have done throughout her career.
In my opinion, y'all, I feel like diamonds are worse, because if you understand how the history of diamonds and where they come from and things like that, I feel like diamonds are worse than crystals, in my opinion. In my opinion. But people will literally break their neck for them. So it's interesting. It's interesting how it, but again, the diamonds support an agenda, money. So one thing that I noticed about this system, it doesn't matter what category, and I showed y'all the pyramid. I showed y'all the pyramid. If I need to bring it up again, I'll bring it up again. But like, if you notice, the contradictions always come in when money is involved. So people will overlook certain things when money is involved. Now, it's not taught to them that way. It's taught to them that this is just the natural order of things. But when it comes to the system, and there's a contradiction because you have the Bible, right? And then you have the ring, the crystal, or no, the diamond. The reason why they will allow that is because, well, they can make money from that. They're not gonna make money from telling you, oh, you know, it's against the Bible to put on that diamond on your finger. You shouldn't do that. But it benefits the system for you to believe it's just the natural order of things. This is just how we do things here. So you have to wear the diamond on you have to get a diamond wedding ring, and as if you can't just wear a band on your finger. It has to be a diamond. And so it's like, I noticed that when it comes to the contradiction in this system, not people in this system, because again, people are only doing what they know, what has always been. It's the natural order, right? And so what I notice is that when the system wants to contradict something, it has to do with greed. It has to do with money. And I noticed the parallels. Like, it doesn't matter if it's the housing industry, it doesn't matter if it's the educational system. Like, prime example, why is college so expensive? Like, have you ever questioned why is it necessary for a young adult to gain like thousands of dollars in debt for an education? Like, why is that like a mandatory thing? Why? And we're seeing thousands, millions of Americans, their credit scores take a major hit because now your student loans will affect your credit scores. But it's like a young adult decided to go and get educated and to put themselves or put their future in the best possible, or hopefully in the best possible outcome by getting the higher education. But then like they start off life with like $60,000 in debt, $80,000 in debt. Y'all think something wrong with that? I like, there's something majorly wrong with that. So we send out our kids, our young adults into the world to start off, but set back? Like, that just doesn't make any sense to me. Why are we not setting them to be set up? Why are we setting them back before they even get started? It doesn't make any sense to me. So again, question everything.
You can't make me think that this lady is godly, let alone genuine. Let's start when she committed plagiarism. When she took somebody else's words from their book, word from word, and she got sued.
They did.
Let's talk about how her friend Ashley, who was doing a podcast, been on her biblical stuff. She been on it. All of a sudden, when you and Ashley detached and y'all stopped doing a podcast together, you went on a campaign of being petty, being malice, and you was being a mean girl. And even now to this day, Ashley still tried to not to belittle you or not to really put out there how the friendship really broke. Now, my thing about it is that I feel like B Simone is not who she claimed to be because she's still trying to find her identity. Because if this woman knew the Bible like she said she knew the Bible, ain't nobody telling you wear a skirt from your waist down to your ankles. They saying to you, represent yourself for who you say that you are. You are a representation of the woman that you becoming and that the woman that you want to be. And when you speak from out the Bible, you have to lead, not with your tail, but with your head. I said what I said.
Well, she said what she said, y'all. Another reason why I'm urging you all to question things. Y'all know what's about to happen, right? Mark my words. AI is replacing lower income folks. Okay. And there's a reason why America feels like, oh, we don't need immigrants anymore. Right? And it's crazy because white people don't even see how they being played right now. I got to be honest with you. The new race is going to be AI. And so you're starting to see how, okay, and we don't need the immigrants anymore because AI is going to replace them, right? There's another reason why they're wanting to get rid of these government assistant programs, because they don't need to take care of the poor. They don't need to take care of the lower income families anymore because they have AI. See, the reason why government assistance was given to lower income families was because, well, we needed them in the workforce. We needed them working. We needed them in retail. We needed them as essential workers. Like, we needed them. They were literally the backbone of this economy. But with AI, we don't need them anymore. So we can save money on those assistant programs. We can save money on hiring them to work these like odd jobs. We can just easily replace them. You see, poor or low income white folks thought that they would be exempt from that. The brown community thought that they would be exempt from that. And what a lot of people are like, I think the brown community and the Caucasian community, what I don't think they understand what's about to happen to them. They about to get the black person special. They are. And if you notice that a lot of Caucasian people that are being hit the hardest with everything that's going on with Trump, well, it's because they're lower income. The brown community, same thing, lower income. Everyone is being hit. The part that really breaks my heart the most is the senior citizen community, because those were the adults like myself that were working and they were physically able at that time, gave so much to this economy, gave so much to the community, did so much. And so now that it's time for them to just retire and rest and kind of enjoy the rest of what is left of their life, they can't, because, well, we don't need to support that anymore because we have AI. I need people to start waking up, because what's about to happen is, because now we are seen as disposable, we are just simply casualties. We're all, it doesn't matter if you're black, brown, white, it does not matter. Because we are now seen as disposable, you're about to see the truth about what you've been a part of this whole time, and it's been right in your face. Because now that, and this is just with any toxic relationship, right? When someone feels like they don't need you anymore, you see the truth in them, right? Like they get a new person, or they have a new person and they've been dealing with this new person behind your back, and all of a sudden they treat you cold and they treat you mean, and it just comes out of nowhere. And it's because, well, they don't feel like they need you anymore. They're about to discard you, and so they move on. That is what's happening to the American people right now. That's what's about to happen. So I need y'all to start questioning everything. And you're about to see the truth of this country. You're about to see the truth of everything that you've been told, how you've been lied to. Doesn't matter if it's history. Doesn't matter if it's religion. Doesn't matter if it's the American dream, the economy, the government, the voting system. You're about to see the truth about what you used to believe in. You're about to see the truth. And it's going to be so undeniable. Like, you're not going to be able to unsee it anymore. So, and it's because, well, they don't need us. And doesn't this give like, what's that movie? I almost said The Mockingbird, but it's not The Mockingbird. District 16, what, I was forgetting. No. Oh my God, I cannot think of it right now. But it definitely gives that. Let me see if it comes to me. District 9, Hunger Games. Y'all about to see. And why did they put them in the districts? Why did they do that? Divergent, I think that's another one. That series, y'all about to see. They don't need us anymore. Like, that's the truth. And so you're about to see who they really are, and you're about to see how manipulative they've been this entire time. That's what you're about to see. Mark my words, this is just the beginning. It's about to get chaotic, y'all. It really is.
B Simone. B Simone, I need you to be so fucking for real right now. I just saw a podcast clip of her and I guess her best friend's replacement. The girl that she decided to replace Megan with is on a podcast, and the girl is basically saying how she was on food stamps, she was on wigs, she was on Medicaid. She was down bad, struggling, and broke. Her car got repossessed, and she was saying how she watched how B had given out checks to other people in their life when they were struggling, and she was mad at her because she didn't do the same thing for her. But then she realized that it was in her journey. God was making her struggle so she could find her own way out. So you mean to tell me that your best friend is a millionaire, allegedly? Not once did she offer to try to help you? Not once did she see that you were struggling and not offer to give you a penny? Bitch, alone? Like, you really sat by and watched your close friend. Like, this is not some random bitch. Y'all are allegedly besties. You watched her struggle. And you sitting here watching her tell this story, and the only thing you can say is Jesus. Boy, I tell you, you fucking spiritual baddies or something else. What happened to help thy neighbor? If you say that God made you struggle, then God needs to open up your goddamn eyes to realize that ain't your fucking friend.
Okay, so I watched the full clip of B Simone when it comes to her friend, and I have to be honest with you all. I can see B Simone's point of view, and I can also see her friend's point of view. So B Simone's point of view is I've given, and I've gotten burned. Like I've given, I've written checks for this person, I've written checks for this person, I've given money to this person, I've given money to this person, and I've gotten burned. And so when it came to her best friend, who happened to be going through a season where she was struggling, she was jaded and she was bitter, and she didn't want to help her friend out because she had been burned so much. And so I can understand B Simone's point of view of being used and taken advantage of. And now you feel like, okay, well, I'm not going to go out of my way to help this person out because I've done that and I've gotten burned so many times. And then her friend said, and this was a conversation that they had. See, a lot of you are just looking at that small clip go viral. You're not looking at the full context of the conversation that was had on the podcast. And so I can honestly understand B Simone's point of view of why she wasn't giving, but then I can also understand the friend's point of view, because as a friend, it's like you have friends or you choose friends because you really think that they could be there for you. And in my opinion, I didn't take it, the original clip, I didn't take it as B Simone should just reach in her pocket or her wallet or her purse and just help her. I felt like she could have put her on to help her get her own bag or make her own money. And that was something that I always admired with Rihanna. When it came to her best friend, it seems like Rihanna had hired her best friend to do things for her that could really help set her up and position her to be able to win or to make her own money or create her own bag. And that was something that I always really admired about her. So I don't think the friend was possibly looking for B Simone to just reach into her purse and give her money. But it could have been something as simple as, let me put you on, sis, let me help you out. And again, maybe that's what B Simone is doing with her podcast, with this episode. We don't know. So that's how I took the situation. I'm not gonna hold it against B Simone because I've been in that position where I've given so much time and energy, and then I get burned in the end. So I get it. I'm not judging B Simone for that. I know the internet doesn't like B Simone. I know the internet does not like that, but at the end of the day, I completely understood where she was coming from, and she's not entitled, or she's not obligated to give her friend any handouts. But me personally, being, and then you also have to understand the heart of a giver, and if B Simone is truly a giver in that way, typically givers we have burnout. You know, it's like, okay, I've been giving and giving and giving, and it's like, who is giving to me? My well has ran dry. And then another thing, we don't know B Simone's financial situation. We don't. A lot of people are going through right now when it comes to finances. We don't know her situation. And that's the thing. Just because you were up, people think you're gonna be up all the time. And it's like, if you're an entrepreneur, you have seasons when you're up, you have seasons when you're down. You have seasons where you're staying booked, and then you have seasons when you're not as booked. So keep that in mind. People be pocket watching based off of what you had like 2-3 years ago. And it's like, how do y'all know she's still doing well financially? And I'm not saying that like I'm pocket watching or I'm wanting her to have some type of downfall or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, realistically, to pass judgment that she just has it just because she's had it in the past, and then now you feel entitled to that. That's insane to me. That's insane to me. So, and then someone else said in the chat that B Simone has given jobs to friends. And so maybe that experience didn't go well, or she hasn't had the best experience with giving jobs to friends and things like that. So we really don't know. I'm not going to judge B Simone on that. when it comes to being a giver. That's just my opinion because again, I've been in that position. I know how that feels, and I'm just not gonna clock her on that. What I am clocking is the pick me behavior. It has to stop. She's over here platforming this man that, I mean, he's an abuser. He is. The things he said about the LGBTQ plus community, it's just I don't understand why she decided to platform him. And why do Black women always feel like it's our job to come in and help and save and fix? I don't understand. Like, I'm tired of seeing that. Let these men fix their own issues. We saw the same thing with Nia Long and Jeezy, and how she was trying to help him with his situation. Then Megan Good. It's like, can girls just stay out of it? Can these men just face themselves? But it doesn't even matter because at this point it's gonna be forced. The pick-me's are going through a reckoning. It's just it is what it is. I just hope the girls are learning. I also hope the girls that have been working on themselves, that you somewhat feel proud of yourself because you are able to see why it was so important for you to heal and for you to truly work on yourself and elevate. And I hope it inspires you and it motivates you to keep going and to keep doing what you're doing. And don't look back or don't feel like you should go back or get off track or feel like, oh, I've healed too much, or you just stay focused on what you're staying focused on when it comes to your journey and your healing and your spiritual journey, your level up, whether that's through religion or not, because I do not discriminate. But just stay steadfast on what you're doing for yourself. You're taking the long route. It's not a shortcut. It's part of life. It is what it is. The only thing I encourage you to do is to be situational. Okay. Be a situational woman. Don't feel like you have to be this or you have to be that. Be situational. Okay. Have high standards, know who you are. Okay. And then also stay focused on you. Put yourself first, pour into yourself, and continue doing what you feel makes sense to you in your life and what you want and where you're going. And you have every right to pivot and to change at any moment or given time. If you feel like, well, this is not working for me, you have every right to change and pivot out of what you were currently doing. There's nothing wrong with that. When it comes to the spiritual and religious girlies, I just want y'all to be real. Like, hey, I'm doing this for a man. I feel like I'm being called to do this for a man. Like something, something. Because it's the reason why Cher is respected. I'll say it again, is because she's like, I just want the money. That's it. I just want the money. And you could just be like, you know what? I just want the man. And so this is how I'm going about it. What is wrong with that? Like, I don't know. I'm just really big on people just being real and being honest and being themselves. And then as long as you have pure intentions or you have good intentions and you're not trying to bring harm to other people, I'm not going to really be concerned about that. Like, it just depends on what you're doing, how you're doing it, and how you're treating others while doing it. Like, that's what it really is for me. So I'm going to end it here. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all's day. I did see, what was the situation? Halle Bailey. I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to do Love Island. And then there was something else that I wanted to talk about. Oh, I wanted to do a breakdown too about part of the reckoning when it comes to the Dusties, because this was about the pick-me's. Another thing about the Dusties and their reckoning is like oftentimes Black women are not trusted. And it's because we tend to be straight shooters. Like, we don't fluff things up. We don't we don't bullshit. Like, we just tell you how it is, and it is what it is, right? And so a lot of times people kind of like dismiss us and pass us off like, oh, we're just crazy talk. That's it. But if you notice that the crazy talk that we have, you're starting to see it play out like it's prophecy. Seriously. Seriously. And it's always a Black woman that's behind it. And it's just so interesting to me how it's like, okay, didn't she warn you about that? Or didn't she tell you about that? Like, prime example is when it comes to Tyler Perry. I know your grandmama told you about that. I know your grandmother told you about that. I know your mother told you about that. It's Black culture. We already know a Black woman had a conversation with you. So to see you in this position, it's hard to feel bad because we know a black woman told you. We know a black woman warned you. Same thing with the state of this country. 92% of American black women warned this country about what was going to happen. Literally. Literally. And now it's sick how people are like, oh, we should have listened to black women. Oh, we should have did what black women told us to do. But y'all villainized and scapegoated black women as if we didn't know what we were talking about. We don't know nothing. We shouldn't listen to them. Da, 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 da. So there's a lot of that going on. There's a lot of that going on. And I also am seeing the Latino community come at black people, and it's just like, why are y'all coming at us? This was preventable. This is preventable. And to the brown community out here, I don't like seeing y'all go through what y'all going through right now. Like it's not the whole time I'm seeing them going through what they going through. I'm like, I know we up next. Because that's how it works in this system. Your people are getting a lot of the flack. The Cubans, listen, y'all getting a lot of it right now, right? But we know our black asses is going to be up next. That's what we know. And so since this was preventable, right? We're sitting back, we're resting because we're preparing our people in our community for what's to come next because we know we're next. And you're wanting us to exert our energy and our resources to help you when we could have helped each other on election day. But you didn't want to help the people. You were only being selfish and focused on yourself. And so now the impact is serious, and it's impacting you directly. And I think a lot of you voted because you thought it wouldn't impact you. But now that it is, you want us to rush to your aid. And that's just crazy. That's crazy. When I say that we're up next, I'm talking about like we've always been the main focus. Like, let me just make that clear, right? We've always been the main focus. But I'm saying like it's gonna be worse. That's what I'm saying. So we're preparing ourselves for that. And the brown community is mad. And I'm like, how can you be mad when it's like, this is literally our life story? Like, not only is it my life story, but it's like, it's my parents' life story. It's my grandparents' life story. It's my great grandparents' life story. It's my great 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 grandparents, my aunt. Like, it's all, we're black. And then the entitlement that I hear from them is disgusting. I'm just like, so dismiss what the fuck we go through on a daily basis, but you want us to run out there and help you? That's insane. Listen, to my brown community, I'm gonna be so real with you when I say this. Talking crazy to black people to get out there and protest is not how you talk to us. That is not how you approach us. And one thing I know about black people, we don't like being told what to do. We don't. It's part of our trauma. And see, that's the thing. Y'all don't listen to black people because if you understood black people, then you would know telling us what to do is not the approach because it's a part of our trauma. Slavery. So whenever we hear y'all on y'all's TikTok videos talking about black people need to do this and y'all need to come and help us and do that, all we are hearing is slavery. That's all we're not hearing what you're actually saying. We're not feeling what you're going through. All we hear is slavery. Hey boy, come here. I said come here right now. That's what we're hearing. We're not hearing you pleading with us. Do you not understand that? But if you actually took the plight of black women, black people seriously and truly understood us from a real place, you wouldn't be talking to us like that. You wouldn't be approaching us like that. You would be approaching us entirely different, which is why a lot of black people are just not trusting you when it comes to this, because it's like just the approach alone is exposing you, and it's exposing your true intentions for us, which we're not equal to you. And if we were to go and help, it would become a us problem and not a we problem. You get what I'm saying? And so we're just like, we're hands off. Plus, we're tired. I mean, damn, the whole reason we voted the way that we did was because so we could get a break, and y'all disrupted that. And so we just like, hell, y'all just gonna have to deal with it on your own. If you want to know how you can get black people on your side, I'm going to be so real with you and say this. One thing that I know about black people and black culture, you have to prove yourself. And one thing I noticed about the minorities in this country when it comes to everything that's going on recently, y'all don't know how to fight for yourselves. Y'all don't. Y'all don't. Y'all don't. And it's because y'all have had it easy in this country. Meaning, like, the civil rights movements, that was all, like, all of that stuff was really, truly created by black people. And you've been able to benefit off of that. And so now that you have to fight for your own civil rights, you're mad at us because we should be at the forefront where you feel like we should be, because that's how it's always been. So the only way that you're going to really truly get us on your side now is like you're going to have to fight for yourself. You're going to have to fight for yourself, fight for your people, fight for your community, fight for your children, fight for your future. That's the only way you're going to truly get us on your side. And that's one thing that I know about black people, black culture. We're all about you proving yourself to us so that you can show us that we can trust you. But right now, you all sound like spoiled, entitled brats. Honestly, like I just got to be honest with you. And it's because of how you've been able to get by and mooch off of black people in our civil rights movements. And so now that you actually have to do this shit for yourself, you're throwing a tantrum and you're mad at us. That is insane. So if you want to get black people on your side, you're going to have to fight for yourself. And what's so bad about that? What, I don't understand. What's so bad about that? What is so terrible about that? Like, I don't understand. And then this is what I'm not understanding. Burning the American flag and then taking out your country's flag, that don't make no sense to me, because if you believe that you deserve to be here, why would you burn the American flag? Why would you burn the American flag? If you believe that you deserve to be here, you shouldn't burn the American flag. You should. You should. And that's one thing that I like as a black American, a foundational black American. That's one thing that I had to realize. Like, I'm not gonna burn the American flag or look at the American flag a certain type of way. I'm gonna pick up the American flag because I deserve to be here. This is my home. So I'm not understanding it. But what I'm noticing is that another thing that I'm noticing too is they want us to just rush out there, and I'm not really seeing any real organization. And part of the organization would be we're not going to burn the American flag because we deserve to be here in America. We don't deserve to be exiled out of the United States just because we're an immigrant. So I'm confused about that. Like so there's no real organization. And listen, there was somebody in the chat saying they're unfollowing. Listen, it is goodbye. Like, this is not, I'm not charging y'all to be here. This is free 99. And this is some real advice. Take it or leave it. But at the end of the day, it's up to you though. Like, at the end of the day, it's up to you. I'm gonna be fine. You know why I'm gonna be fine? Because I'm used to struggle. I'm a black woman. I'm used to struggle. My whole life has been struggle because I'm black. And because you don't have that experience, you will never truly understand what it's like to be black. But I've always been an issue for people. It doesn't matter what room I step in. It doesn't matter if it's the classroom, if it was a sports team, if it was me walking down the street, minding my goddamn business. It's always been a problem. Like, my blackness, something that I cannot cover up, something I cannot erase. It's always been a problem. And so when it comes to seeing everything that I'm seeing with when it comes to your community, it's like we've experienced that. And it's like there's no acknowledgement from the community about what black people have gone through. It's like, dismiss us completely. Let me put the focus on you because I matter more. And that's the energy that we're getting from you. So it's just it's really weird. And I'm talking about the videos that I've been seeing on social media from that community. Let me go ahead and pull them up so y'all can get a clear understanding of what I'm talking about. And listen, when people be like, I'm gonna unfollow you, you know what I'm gonna say? You'll be back. You'll be back. You'll be back. I don't know. You may not be back next week, but you're gonna come back. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, hold on. I'm going on the wrong page. Okay. Hold on. And it's crazy. Because I've been watching a lot of these videos. Oh, here it is. This is crazy. Hold on, wait a minute. How did it? Oh, here it is. Hold on, wait a minute. 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 Okay, I don't know why my okay, my system was doing that. But let me show them what I'm talking about. Let me show them. Because people be thinking they can bully you when it comes to you speaking real shit based off of your experience. Let me pull it up. Here it is. So the Latino community on TikTok is lashing out at Black people, okay? Because of what's going on with them. All right? Making, and then this is what I don't understand. Making us your enemy. We're not your enemy. We never were. We never were. We never were. Black people were never your enemy like that. I don't understand this. I don't get it. And we're not about to act like anti-Blackness is not a part of your community. It is. Hell, it's on one hand, you got Latinos, you got them lashing out at Black people because of what's happening to them. But then on another hand, you got Latinos out here exposing the fact that the community is anti-Black. I'm going to pull that video up too. But let me go ahead and play this video.
People repay you.
In the past, Black people needed Mexicans. Right now, Mexicans need you guys.
Oh, Lord, Lord, help me. Help me. Help me. Assuming you understand that there is a mixed status where you are, clearly, you just thought everybody was just going to show up to work. Like, I can't. And then she put the music on top of it. See, really, the music should be if he didn't do this. You know what I mean? This is what he said he was going to do. He just doing what he said he was going to do. If you voted for him and he didn't do this, then you go with the music. You know what I mean? Then this would. Mm-hmm.
I hate that I voted for him. Now I'm so scared for my family and your family. Y'all, we need to come.
And this my thing. I didn't vote for the man. And I told y'all straight up, street smart, right? Just me being street smart. It was never about his policies. It was about the fact that this man was a fucking convict. Why the fuck would you trust? That was the thing that I just did not understand about Americans. You're trusting a convict. Why? Like, it was never about the policies for me. Like, it never was. It was like, he's a criminal. He's a con. So this is on brand for him. So in my mind, I'm assuming like this is what y'all voted for. This is what y'all wanted. Cause why would you vote for somebody like that? Why? I didn't understand that. I didn't get that. I didn't get that. I just didn't get it. It never made sense to me. But y'all got played by somebody that was just flat out lying. That's the vibe that I always got from him, which is why I never really cared about his policies for real, because it was bullshit to me. So no, that's what it was for me. I'm like, you got to know when you're dealing with a manipulator, a trickster. If I can't even spot the president being that way, then why the hell do I have this platform? I don't need to be talking to y'all about discernment. I need to be talking to y'all about something else. But there was just so many signs that he wasn't trustworthy. And I just did not understand, like, wow, like your community really trusted him. And it just never made sense to me. It never made sense to me. It never made sense to me. And so, in my opinion, let me just continue.
Together and do something about this.
So you voted for him without knowing how scared you and your family would be. Well, I guess you knew there was a possibility, right? If they're as scared as it appears, you knew there was a possibility. I think if there was two candidates and there was like even a possibility that I would be that scared afterwards, I wouldn't have voted for him.
Okay, I have time today. I was scrolling down through these comments. It's over 2K of comments of negative and positive comments, if you really want to talk about it. I'm the type of person, I'm not going to reply to every negativity y'all want to say and try to bring down one another.
I don't think they're trying to bring down one another. No, they commenting on your post. I don't think they're trying to bring down one another. In fact, I'll do one more for you. Most of the people that are expressing negativity in your comments are one of two kinds. They're either people that were trying to uplift and protect you.
Listen, I'm gonna be so real with black people that also think like this is a great idea. And you want to know why? White nationalism is currently on the rise. So you think by getting these people out the country that means you're gonna have fair opportunities? You're delusional too. I gotta be real with you. You're delusional. Like, no, things are about to get back to the basics. It's about to be white versus black. That's it. It's about to get right back to the basics. So I'm not supporting them being deported. I just got to be honest with you. I'm not, because a lot of black people are delusional about that. Like, oh, now we're gonna be able to get job opportunities and we're gonna be able to do this. No, this is all about white placement. You are aware. This is not this is not about us having like fair, equal rights. This is not about equality. Be so freaking for real. Like, honestly, I'm sorry. So the black people who was thinking like that, I see where you came up with that conclusion. But come on. In the history of the United States of America, when have like not even the history of the United States of America, in the history of black existence globally, are you like that was very delusional? Like, I don't know why black people were saying that and thinking like that, because I'm just like, that is not what's about to happen. That is not. White nationalism is going to be at an all-time high. So no, I want these people to stay. Okay, I do. I want these people to stay. I don't want to see them leave. But I'm not about to go out there and break my back. I'm not doing that. I'm not going out there breaking my back. Hell, this was preventable. I was like, that's why I went to the voting booth. So, that's why I don't want them to leave. I don't want them to leave because I see the play here. Okay, the play is they're trying to get these people out the country because white is what makes America great again. White is what makes America great again. All right? So, no, I want these people to stay right here. Okay? Here, let me scoot over. You can sit right next to me. And yeah, I don't want you to leave because I already know what's about to happen. I already know what's about to happen. Nope.
And you couldn't be bothered, or they're the kind of people who didn't see you as human and whole human beings and wanted you gone and made no apologies about that even before the election, and that's who you decided to ride with. Those are the two kinds of people that are expressing negativity in your comments.
And this give you what type of character, how people are in real life. It doesn't matter who you voted for. They both was full of shit of presidents. No matter what, people can go through politics. I don't want to go down that route with y'all because I don't have time for the negativity like that.
Okay, and that you are free to believe that. You are free to believe that they were both full of it, and but then what are you doing with the videos then? Why are you posting your fear of this deportation? Because apparently.
And then black people also need to understand that, again, this is not about me disliking the brown community. It's that's no. Okay, that's weird. But listen, I respect the brown community because they work very hard in this country. They do jobs that I don't want to do. I got to be honest with you. And so at one point, our grandmothers and grandfathers did those jobs. Okay. And that is how they were able to make a life, make us, create us. This is kind of how we exist. Um, my great grandmother, she used to be a maid. She used to do a lot of housekeeping. Like those were considered black jobs in this country. Read the room, black people, especially black women. They're firing you in corporate America right now. They're getting rid of the immigrants in this country, and then some of them are here legally and they're still being deported, right? And guess who they're going to expect to take those jobs? The domestic work that they don't want to do is now going to be put back on us. You are aware. And so they're kicking you out of, or they're firing you from corporate America. A lot of black women are experiencing layoffs right now. And it's because they want you to get back in those domestic roles that you were once in at one point in time. Okay. And it's going to be black people as a whole. Okay. So they're doing a lot of layoffs. You got to understand the gameplay here. So I'm not going to sit here and make fun of the brown community in any type of way. I'm just disappointed. Can I say that? And then that's another thing. It's like the brown community just wants to bypass how, as a black person, how we fight daily just to exist. And then you couldn't even stand with us on election day. And it's like, can we like mourn our disappointment? Can we and then not only that, it's like our disappointment is valid because we're seeing everything that's happening. It's whether you want to acknowledge that all of everything that's happening right now, it's affecting us all just in different ways. The layoffs, the tariffs, everything. So it's like you want us to dismiss everything that we're experiencing from this decision that you decided to make at election day and just go and support what you got going on as if it was not preventable from the start. So I need black people to understand that this ain't the time to laugh at them or anything, because that's not what this is. Honestly, that's not what this is. It's just frustration, it's disappointment, it's some of us are struggling with anxiety. Oftentimes, like when black people struggle with anxiety, it looks differently for us because we are oppressed in ways that other groups are not. And so when we're experiencing anxiety, we could be very short-tempered. We don't have a lot of patience. We could be very irritable. And so that's what a lot of people are experiencing from us right now. And if they understood being black in America and seeing everything that's going on, you would really truly understand like why we feel the way that we feel. But it's like, damn, they're not even trying to hear us out about how we feel when it comes to everything that's going on. Natalie in the chat box, like I'm unfollowing. And it's like, again, not wanting to hear us out, not wanting to understand us, not wanting to hear our position and truly understand like why we are reacting the way that we're reacting. Just let me unfollow because you're not saying what I want you to say, or I don't agree with what you're saying. It's like we can't even hold them accountable. It's crazy. So it's just like one of those situations where it's just like they did a number on us. Like white supremacy has done a number on the people in this country. And it's really sad to witness and to watch. But I just need to remind black people, this is not the time to laugh at them, mock them, make fun of their situation at all. I understand your position of wanting not to help and step in and everything. To be honestly, I think it's smart because you don't know what is to come from for us. And right now we're at the stage of layoffs. And I feel like a lot of black people, especially black women, are experiencing layoffs. And it's because they're getting rid of the domestic workers and they're going to want you to take their spot. That's what that is. And I just need you to understand that that is what is happening and that is what is taking place. Okay. So it's just a lot of that going on. But no way am I going to sit here and just make fun of these people. Nothing about this is funny. I saw a woman that was being deported. She was being ripped away from her family, her 2 kids and her husband, and she was being put back. She was being put in the back of an ice truck. And the anxiety that I was getting from just witnessing it, because when they were putting her in the back of this truck, it was very small and it was closed in. And I don't like closed in spaces. Like when she was sitting down in the back of the truck with her hands behind her back like this, there wasn't much room in front of her, and then her back was up against the truck's wall, and I instantly got so like nervous, and I had so much anxiety just watching her get in the back of the truck, because I'm just like, oh my god, I would not be able to breathe. I would not be able to breathe back there because there wasn't much room for her to move or anything. It was very small. It was a very tight space, and I'm thinking about how tall I am. So it was just it's not something that I'm enjoying by any means at all. It's hard to watch. But at the same time, it's like, as a Black person, there's not much I can do. And it's like people are expecting us to just create a miracle, come in and save the day and be a savior. And it's just like the only saviors in this country are white people, y'all. That's it when it comes to all of this. Okay. And to be honest, it was really white women, because we saw how they voted too. We saw how they voted too, but they voted in alignment with their men, their family, their community, their belief system. They voted according to that. So I don't know why people are looking at us. You need to be looking at white women, because talk to their men, like something. But looking to us is like, it's just crazy to me. I'm just like, why are you looking at us? Like, it's really crazy to me. So I was disappointed in them on election day too. It wasn't just the brown people. It was I didn't expect anything from white men, because white men are going to be loyal to themselves. That's just, it is what it is. But white women, I was shocked, because they talk a lot on TikTok about misogyny, and they talk a lot about the patriarchy and everything. So I just thought we was all on the same page, but apparently not. And that has been history with the relationships between Black women and white women. It's like, we think they're with us, we think they're on our side, and then when it comes to show that loyalty and that alliance, they always leave us hanging. So honestly, it wasn't shocking. I didn't get my hopes up. I was just stressed. I was stressed. So I just don't understand why the brown community isn't turning to them. Why are y'all turning to us? Like, we're at the bottom of, we're below you. What do y'all want us to do? I don't get it. Blackness always puts us at the very bottom. And then you don't even have to be here in America. You could go outside the country. People still looking at you crazy because you Black. So come on now. This is crazy. And then the Latino community, y'all thought y'all was light skinned enough. Y'all thought y'all was light skinned enough. But the way I grew up, and I grew up in a white community, it was never about being light. It was about being white. It was about being white. That's all it was. I learned that at a very, very young age. Growing up in a predominantly white community, I did not grow up around a predominantly Black community. So colorism wasn't something that I really witnessed or experienced, but I did experience a lot of racism. And so it's never been about being light skinned. It's always been about being white. And so I had to deal with politics in high school on a basketball team. It was crazy. I was dealing with politics kind of like in Forever, the movie Forever, and he was playing on the basketball team and was riding the bench because of politics. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I'm gonna have to look into that. So yeah, it's just when it comes to this country and how it was built, it's always been about, whiteness, white supremacy. That's what's always been about. So it is what it is, which was why I was just so shocked. And then I just need people moving forward. It's clear that you cannot trust them, because they literally wanted your vote just so they could get you out of here. So they manipulated you as well. The manipulation was thick around this election, and they needed your vote, and now that they got your vote, it's like, we don't need you anymore. Crazy. And in the Black community, when we have Black people who fall for that shit, you know what we call them? We call them Uncle Toms. That's what we call them. Okay, that's what we call them, and that's what happened. That we call. Is it Uncle Tom? Is that the right term, y'all? It's been so a coon. We call him Uncle Tom a coon. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Where they master said he was gonna give me an opportunity, and so they betray us, and then we look at them like, you coon, Uncle Ruckus. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Crazy. That's how serious this is for us. And if you understood our culture and our position, then you understand why that is already in place when it comes to situations like this. Because this happens, this is old news. Honestly, this is old news. We've seen, and that's the reason why you should listen to Black people. Because we've seen this before. We went through this before. Hell, we went through this with our own people. Okay? We went through this with our own people. So what we're seeing y'all go through, it was preventable because we already experienced it. That's what this is about. And then you want us to go through it again? It's like we're tired. Damn, that's what it's like.
Apparently they were both full of it, so whatever, right? It was just whatever before, so it should be whatever now. It didn't matter before. Why does it matter now?
Yeah.
And by the way, just to quote what I said earlier, the reason why you're so upset is because in this regard, he's not full of it. Yeah, because if Trump would have been as full of it as you say, then you will be fine.
Because my people are going through this situation, not y'all. So y'all can go whatever y'all want to say. I don't care. God bless you. We supposed to be.
See, this is another reason why we can't take them serious. It's because my people are going through this, not y'all. My people been going through. Does she not understand that Black people have been going through this generationally? We still going through it till this day. That see, and this is exactly why we not running outside to protest. This is it, because like, do they not understand how dismissive that is? Like, you just dismissed 400 years of slavery. You just dismissed everything that we have ever gone through in this country. This is crazy.
Here for one another, lift each other. What's wrong with y'all? Sick.
I think so.
Yeah, you're right. We are supposed to be here for one another, love each other, which is why so many people that were not from your community sounded the alarm on what the possibilities might be. That's called being here for one another and loving one another, is what that's called. But y'all wanted to dunk on them.
It's crazy.
Enjoy the victory parade.
For my husband, I'm like, are you sure you want to vote Republican? And he's like, he's saying he's going to deport criminals. You're not a criminal. Every time we go to ICE, they tell you, Mr. Juarez, your wife is no criminal. He voted for him, and now he's deporting his wife. And now they deported me. They kicking me out, and they're breaking my family apart before you enlist in the military.
And then another thing too is like the brown community dismisses like how our families were broken up. So let me remind you, slavery disrupted our entire lineage for generations. Generations. Which was why we voted the way that we voted. Because it literally, like, I have cousins that I know are out there. I just don't know that we're related. Do you know how that feels? As a foundational Black American, like, you could be traveling and walk right past a family member and you don't even know. So when I say foundational Black Americans, like, we know exactly what you're going through. We do. We do. We know exactly what you're going through. We do. So this whole like my people, and it's like my people, and you think that's gonna get us out there to protest? And that's the thing, is when Black people protest, we say we, us. That's what we say. So it's just it's crazy like how all of this is truly playing out. But let's not forget, like, our family bloodline was disrupted and broken apart, and it affected us for generations. We don't even know our real last names because they were changed. So, like, our family tree, can we really trust it if our names are not our real last names? Like, this is why I don't trust the whole DNA ancestry thing that they do, because I'm just like, how is it really truly possible? Like, how can you really truly create the family tree? It's just, we're all mixed. So it's just it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't It's just the disregard when it comes to, like, I don't think they understand how they disregard what we go through or what we have gone through as people in this country, because they don't listen to us. It's almost like when we talk or when we express what we go through as Black people in this country, it's like they don't care. It's like they don't care. So
think it twice. Before you marry an immigrant, think it twice. Think it if it's really worth for you to sell this country.
Here's the other thing, too. So many avenues for compartmentalization. Why it couldn't be me, because it was the criminals they were going after, not us. It was the criminals. Now they can criminalize whoever. So actually, they always were able to do that. Actually, that is in fact not new. But I think some people could learn from your experience. What was that you said? Be careful before you marry an immigrant?
They turned off the cameras, excuse my language, and then they took my wife.
This man who wished not to be identified says his wife is from Venezuela and has lived in the United States for a few years. She was one of 3 people taken from this home. I'm told the 2 others were men who worked in construction. You see them here. This video, only 1 minute and 52 seconds long, we do not see his wife being removed from the home. But this is a picture of her that he keeps in his wallet. Her name is Yoni Ramirez, and he says she was in the process of becoming a United States citizen.
She already had a...
And and then do they think that this doesn't, like, bring up PTSD for us? For Black people, this triggers our PTSD. It triggers mine. It triggers PTSD for me. It does. It's like trying to find your family, looking through scraps of photos, trying to find where they may be, where they ended up. Like, yeah, like, that's the history that we come from as Black Americans. Like, it's triggering. Like, him holding up that picture is very triggering for me, because you're just trying to find them. Okay, we don't know if they're in the South. We don't know if they're up north. We don't know if they're out west or out east. Like, we don't know. We don't know where they could be. Are they looking for me? If as much as I'm looking for them, I gotta move on. Let me see. There was another video too.
How can you lack so much compassion? What if your mom, your dad, was immediately just taken from you as a white person, as a Black person, as anyone? How can you just accept that? This is not... Fuck, bro. This is so unreal, and how can people just lack compassion? How? Why can't you just imagine yourself just waking up one day with your family not there anymore? So LA businesses are getting raided by ICE, or some people that are wearing stuff that says I.
And listen, you know what's irritating me? And I'm not laughing at the situation. What's irritating me is, like, when you be seeing people come at us talking about where's the compassion, where's the help, where's that? They in their room, they in their bed, they in their house. Why are you not outside in the streets protesting? Why are you not recording this outside in the community, helping people? Why are you in your home talking to me about what I need to be doing to help you? Like, does that make sense to anybody? And listen, I've seen a consistent pattern. They're either in their home, they're in their car. What work is being done? Like, that's what I want to know, because and this is why I said that it kind of lacks organization, because it's just like, okay, y'all coming online talking about us, but you don't have you don't have like an organization we can donate to. You don't have a number that we can call. You don't have like some type of leader that we can get a hold of that's organizing everything. Y'all just at home in y'all's bed and y'all are in y'all's car talking to us, and it's just like, well, how can we help if like you like where's the like they're not active. That's what I'm saying. Black people, one thing, and I think this is, maybe they don't know what to do. Like, I wish they would just be real about it. It's like, we don't know what to do. Okay, cool. But it's just like, why? I just, it's, for me, it's the lack of organization. I'm not about to go out there and y'all not even organized. And that's the thing. It's like, in this country, and Black people and Black women, tell me I'm lying. Even when it comes to the workforce, right? Sometimes I be feeling like, this is when I worked in corporate America. Sometimes I be feeling like they act like truly incompetent because they know we're gonna step in and like take over and fix and organize and create a system that flows and that is structured, that benefits everyone. And then they get to take the credit for it, because oftentimes in corporate America, we're the ones that's doing the back breaking work, but they're the ones that actually get the recognition and the money and the pay. And like, that's what it kind of gives. I'm not gonna lie. And so again, their approach, it like really triggers our experience as Black people in this country in so many different ways. Like, it does. And they come across tone deaf, because it's like, you should know this is not the approach because of the fact that you've been listening to us this entire time. But it's clear that you haven't. And what a lot of them don't understand is they are exposing themselves in the way they're approaching us, because it's very loud, that they don't listen to us at all. They don't even care about us at all. So that's another reason they're like, well, why are y'all not heading out there to protest and da da da? And it's like, because we can tell y'all don't listen to us. We can just tell in how y'all are talking to us, how you're approaching us, how you're going about this whole thing, that you really don't listen to us and you don't care about what we go through and our experience. You only care now because it's affecting you, but you haven't cared this entire time. And that's what's scary. It's like, when Black people are out here creating civil rights movements and things like that, it's like we're always considering everyone, and we're not considered at all. We're not considered at all. That's what it feels like. So this is really exposing a lot when it comes to them, and I don't think that they see it that way, because have you ever been around an entitled person? An entitled person cannot see how they're being entitled or how they're being a brat, because they're so used to getting things their way, or they're so used to getting things in the way that they want. And so when they don't get their way, they can't even see outside of themselves that they're being entitled, just by how they're talking or how they're acting. And that's what it looks like. Like, that's what it seems like with them. That's what it feels like with them. They can't even see how they're being, like, they're spoiled and entitled. Like, they can't see it. They can't see it because they're so used to having things a certain way. They're so used to getting their way over us, because again, we're Black. They're so used to that now that it's the other way around, they just like, they're coming across like very entitled, bratty, and just like yelling at us. And I'm just like, damn. And then you would think, right, that they would talk to the Republican voters at least, or at minimum, like, help us, help us, help us. But instead, they're turning to us. And it's just like, why are you not even talking to the Republican voters? Why? I don't, why are you not thinking that they can't help you? Because at this point, they hold the power in this country now. So why are you talking to the Democratic voters? Or you're looking at the liberal voters? Why are y'all not talking to the Republicans? That's another thing I don't get. I don't understand it.
Ice on it, with their faces all covered up. People are getting ran over. Shots are being literally fired, literally. And this is supposed to be life right now. We're not gonna get treated like humans because they don't see us like humans. They lack compassion. How can you lack compassion? How? I understand that you're trying to get criminals out. Why are you going to workplaces where people are just trying to work? That doesn't make sense.
And you know what's so crazy? I hate that they going through this because honestly, we've gone through this, right? It was never about your education. It was never or your lack of education. It was never about how much money you had. It was never about how you carry yourself, how you conduct yourself. It was always because you weren't white. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. This country is built off white supremacy. That's it. That is it. That is it. Like and it's crazy. Like hearing them talk, it's like it was never about that. And you thought that way because they gave you a pass because you were lighter skinned. That's it. But it was never about that. It never was. They just used that as like a crutch to have an excuse. But it was really never about that. So I'm sorry that y'all had to find out this way, but it wasn't. It was always about your culture. It was about where you come from. It was just about that you're different, that you like to use certain seasonings when you cook. That's what it was always. It was just about the fact that you were different. That's it. That's it. It was never about your education, your money, your family, how you carry yourself. If you pray in church on Sundays, it's not about that. And then another thing that I want to rock the boat about, because I'm gonna rock the boat today. This country was built off Christianity. This ain't Christian. This is not Christ conscious to me. Is it Christ conscious to y'all? Is it Christ conscious to y'all? Because this don't give Christ conscious to me. And that's the thing that I like. I just be trying to tell people. I'm like, if y'all only understood religion in this country. Is it Christ conscious to y'all? Because it's not Christ. This is not Christ conscious, but this country was built on Christianity, right? And God we trust. It's on our dollar bill. Where is the God? Where is in God we trust with all of this stuff, this foolishness that we're seeing in this country today? I don't see it at all. Do y'all see why I don't refer to myself as religious? Do you see why? You see why? Like even at the level of this country, this country was built off Christianity. This is not Christ conscious. This is Jesus did not do this. And to me, the way I look at Jesus, Jesus was a mystic, a healer. Okay? That's how I look at Jesus. And I know for a fact Jesus did not go for no stuff like this. So this is disgusting. And again, question what you believe. Question how this system is built because it don't even make sense. It don't make sense at all. Like God, Christ wants this for this country. Do you not see the chaos and confusion that has broken out in this country? You think this is what Christ wanted in Jesus' name? I don't believe so. I don't believe so at all. So I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It's very weird.
You're running us over, you're shooting us, all because of the color of our skin. All because we have culture, we brought it here, and we are who we are, and we love it here, and we help people here. That's what we're known for. We help people, and yet we're getting terrorized. We're going through this. Our families are our babies are literally being ripped from our hands. If someone could please tell me if there's something we can do to help our people, please just imagine yourself in our situation. Imagine your people are being terrorized. They're being ran over. If you literally cannot have empathy for someone, I don't know what to tell you. You're an evil ass human being and you need help and you need God. You have no heart, and hell, there's a special place in hell for you. Karma is real and God will take care of them. This is so heartbreaking. I don't know what we could do to help. I feel so helpless. I just want to help with something. I just want this to end. I just want there to be peace like there was peace. I just want.
Black women, I'm calling you to the front. In the history of being a Black woman, have you ever been able to call on someone and plead for help? Just once in your life? We've always had to figure out what the fuck we were going to do. We never had the opportunity to sit around and twiddle our thumbs. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. We always had to have a fucking plan in place. There was no sitting around waiting around and I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. We always had to have the answer. Because if we didn't have the answer, it was our ass. Literally. It was our ass. It would affect our children. We always had to have a plan. Always. And we still do. We still do. And I know right now in this moment, there are thousands, probably millions of Black women right now planning. I know that for a fact. It's Black culture. It's Black women culture. We're always planning. We know when something's coming. We know it's in us. It's in our blood. It's in our DNA. We know. But I wish I had the privilege of being able to come on social media and plead and beg people to help me because I don't know what to do. I always had to know what to do. Even when I didn't know what to do, I had to figure the shit out. So even just her pleading on her platform is something a Black woman doesn't even have the privilege to do at all. You can't pull up a video on social media seeing a Black woman plead because we know no one's coming. We know no one's helping. We know no one's assisting. We know no one is going to help us with a resource. We know no one is coming to save us. So we have to save ourselves. So we always got to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 steps ahead with a plan, a strategy, something. Something's in motion, something's in work. But sitting around crying, we don't even have time for that. We don't have time to sit around in our bed wallowing and crying. Whoa, it's me. What am I going to do? We don't have time for that. We literally don't have time for that because we know it's our ass. And then we know the impact it will have on our children. And as a nurturer, one thing that a lot of people don't talk about, when you're a nurturer, you're a big protector. And we're big protectors of our children and our community. We do not play about that. And so we don't have time to sit around. We don't, because we're protecting our children and our community. We're big on that. So this whole thing is it's triggering for us as Black people because it's mirroring everything that we've gone through and we've been experiencing in this country for so long. But it's at a level where we still see the privilege in it when it comes to them and how it's like they're in this position where they still have a privilege over us as Blacks. Like they still do. It's just in the way that they think and how they operate. Like it's like, damn, it's clear as day. Even in their situation, they still have a little something there. Something that we don't even get. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's just, this whole thing is just eye-opening to me.
Want that. That's all I want for us.
What's up everybody, welcome back to the channel. I hope you guys are doing amazing. Thank you so much for clicking on this episode. I really do appreciate your love and support on this channel. So on our today's episode, I've been coming across so many videos of, you know, Latino people, like Latin people crying of what's happening, you know, with the ICE raids. You also what happened.
Like, they are hunting us down like animals.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when you don't listen to Black women or people of color to say, don't vote for this man. Just because you look like his skin color, do not vote for this fucking man. And here we are. Yeah, they're hunting all of us down like fucking animals because that's what they see us as, is animals. And you want to come on here crying and complaining. That's the problem. Is everyone who was fucking light-skinned Latino or whatever the fucking case may be thought that y'all would get a free pass just because you guys were light-skinned enough. But y'all definitely weren't white-skinned enough, and that's the problem. You really thought they had your fucking best interests at heart, and they're not. And it's fucking embarrassing that this country is literally building itself on literally racism. That's what this country is now. It's no longer home of the free, land of the brave. It's land of the racists and land of the white hooded people who want to go ahead and control every goddamn thing. Literally, that's all it is. So don't jump on here crying and complaining saying, are you guys okay with this? Of course we're not fucking okay with it. But this is the consequences of your guys' fucking actions, and it's fucking disappointing because every goddamn time, it never fucking fails, the people that are light-skinned enough always fucking think they're white-skinned enough to go ahead and pass. And the people that are pissed off when they read this fucking video and be like, what do you mean white? The people who are white already know that I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the racist motherfuckers in this goddamn country.
Y'all know who we
How
talking
can you
about.
like so much compassion?
And that's the thing. It's like, y'all know who we talking about. Y'all know we talking about the Karens. Y'all know we talking about the people that are racist in this country. Okay? Y'all know that. It shouldn't even, history has the ability to repeat itself when you don't educate yourself on history. So it's like, y'all know who we talking about. Like, if you want to be offended, you just want to be offended. But y'all know who we talking about. Come on now. Come on now. And one thing I know about Black people, we don't want to be treated how we're treated. We don't want to treat other people how we're treated because we know how it feels to be treated the way that we're treated for simply being Black. So we don't want to go out in the community and treat other people like that because we know how it feels. We know how it feels every day. Every hour, like I'm as a Black woman right now, I could leave my house just being Black, and there's somebody looking at me because I deal with racism every day, every day, every day, every day, every day, every day. So it's just crazy. Like that's why this whole thing is so dismissive, y'all. It's just crazy to me.
What if your mom, your dad?
It's almost like you don't know anything about America. Feeling hunted?
How can you like so much compassion? What if your mom, your dad?
Shh. Obviously, you're not reading your comments. Go see what people are saying. You asked the question. Now go and see what folks are saying in the comments. You asked the question. Shh. Stop being a big old crybaby. You remind me of one of them little gnats. You know, like when you're in the South, the little things that come in your little gnats. You remind me of one of those little gnats. Little gnats.
Hey guys, I've been seeing a lot of Latinos and Hispanics videos popping up, and they're in tears, they're fearful, they're in panic mode, and it's sad to see. And it's even sadder when you know they voted this in upon themselves, and now they're reaping the repercussions.
And you know what else I want to point out? Y'all, Black women were panicking during the election. Literally. Do y'all not remember? Because I don't forget when the election results came in and Black women were crying on social media. Y'all remember that? And now that we're not crying now, we don't have any compassion. We already knew what was to come after the election. And when those results came through, do you not understand the heaviness that Black women in this country carried after the night of the election? So now that we fixed ourselves back up, because that's what we do, and we put our brave faces back on because we're sovereign women, that's what we do. It's almost like y'all forgot. Black women were crying, weeping. Some of them were called in at work. They were depressed for like a week. The conversations when we would meet up with our girls were heavy. The energy around us, everything, it was heavy. For weeks, hell, for some of us, months. And I even made a video on my TikTok. I was just like, Black women were going through it to the point where I was just like, you're just going to have to give them space, give them time. They'll come back around. Literally, I was saying that because I was like, they're going through a lot right now. And so now it's like people quickly forget because you did not care. Like, you get what I'm saying? You didn't give a fuck. You care now because it affects you. You didn't give a fuck when Black women were on social media crying, weeping, because they knew what was to come. And you did not care. You didn't. But I will never forget because I had to tell my sisters, I'm like, fix your crown, sis. We did everything that we could do. There's nothing else that we can do. Nothing. We did all that we could do. And that's just like a Black woman doing all that she can do and still feeling like she just didn't do enough. You did everything. You did more than enough. You actually deserve to sit and rest. And that's what they're choosing to do. So it's like we didn't even get to recover from the election results, and you want us to go out in the streets and protest? What happened to this whole mental health? What happened to that? I just it's crazy. Listen, I don't care if you get mad. I don't care if you get mad. You could be upset. Hell, I'm cool with that. You could be upset. The truth is the truth. So it's just like crazy, and now some of us are still recovering from the election, to be honest. And now you want us to just go out there on the front line? Like that's crazy to me. Like that is insane to me. That is insane. And then you have to understand too, they're laying off Black women left and right. Statistically, they are laying us off more than anyone else in this country right now. So we have to deal with that. And how that's going to affect our families, our communities, our finances, our credit. But everyone is just pulling on us like, I need help, I need help, I need help. And it's like Black women need to focus on helping themselves right now because we got our own shit going on. And it's just crazy how that's being dismissed, that's being ignored. Crazy. So I hope Black women are resting. I hope you are focused on yourself because we don't know what's to come, but we know that somewhere in this lineup, we're going to be affected. We know that. And I'm telling you, it's starting with the layoffs, okay? They're wanting us to get back in those domestic roles. That is what that is. And I need you to see that because that is what that is, okay? That is what they is. They don't want us to be entrepreneurs. So they're taking those grant programs away. Read the freaking room. Read the room. Please read the room. Please read the room. Okay? So they're wanting you to get back to housekeeping. They're wanting you to get back to fast food. Seriously, they're wanting you to get back to assistant care. It doesn't matter what type of care. Like it could be any type of care. That's what they're wanting you to get back to. Okay? They got rid of Job Corps. That's huge. Like you got to see the chess moves that are being made against you. They're making a lot of chess moves right now. Okay? So that's what they're doing. And it's just this is why I don't want them to leave this country. I know a lot of people are not going to agree with that, but I don't want them to leave this country because them leaving, so we're going to be out there picking the strawberries, we're going to be out there picking the cotton. We're going to do all the jobs that our grandparents once did. That is what this is about. Thank you, Nabi, for informing us. I didn't even know that. So this is not a win for anyone. I just need the brown community to understand this is not a win for anyone. And we Black women knew that going into the election, which was why we voted the way that we did.
And now they're coming out crying and pleading, and there's nothing anybody can do right now. He's even boosted this thing up because they weren't picking up enough people. So now he's just telling them to pick up any and everybody. If you notice, They're not going to bad areas of towns or bad areas of cities and going into the gang infested communities.
Nope.
They're not going to those communities. They're not going looking, hanging out on who's hanging out on the corners or hanging around certain establishments or whatever. No, they're going to workplaces. They're going to courts. They're going to communities where families are there. They're going to graduations. Yeah, they went to elementary school graduation and started trying to pick up the parents of the kids who were graduating. They were saying the parents had to run and leave their kids because they had to flee. So now, because they haven't deported as many people as Biden did legally, now they want to ramp up, and they're telling them just pick up anybody. So they're going in neighborhoods. They're going in, like I said.
Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. Black jobs. Y'all remember the black job comment that he made? Understand the play here. Hold on.
His big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now.
This statement from former President Trump.
His big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now.
This statement from former.
His big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now.
This.
Okay, I think I proved my point. I rest my case.
They're going on job sites, Home Depot. Where are the criminals? What criminal do you know is on a job site? The criminals that they said they were going to be deporting, the hardcore criminals. What criminal do you know is on a job site? What criminal do you know is going to court?
Y'all, black jobs are the jobs that the brown community was utilizing to get a leg up in this country, similar to our grandparents and great-grandparents. They want us back in those black jobs, okay? And they want to get rid of the brown community and send them back to their country. And then they want us back in those jobs that our great-grandparents and grandparents made or did, okay? That is what that is about. All right? So I need, I don't even, maybe entry level jobs, but I'm not sure. And it's crazy because the amount of black people that I have talked to that have bachelor degrees, master degrees, that can't get a job. Read the room. Yes, this live is staying up. Read the room. Please. In the history of having a bachelor's and a master's degree, since when were you not qualified? History is repeating itself right before our eyes. Seriously, that's what is happening. Servant jobs, domestic work, back-breaking labor. That is what they want us to do. Okay, that is where they feel like we belong. So it's just crazy. Let me continue.
And now you guys are up. Excuse my French. I'm not gonna even say it. Y'all up the creek without a paddle. And there's nothing anybody can do because he has a stick up his butt about this particular topic. And because y'all gave him the ammo, he's blowing y'all away. Y'all were begged not to vote for this man. You were pleaded with to do not put this man in office. You were reasoned with, you were educated as to why. We didn't just say don't do it. We were telling you the reasons not to do it. But you didn't want to hear that from us. Y'all didn't want to hear one word came out of y'all mouth. You were so arrogant on this social media. One guy was on here hollering out he was going to make it his business to make sure that loses, and was referring to Kamala Harris. So y'all were out here verbally, very boastfully, verbally.
Now listen. Thank you for saying this, because she said, "Oh no, y'all, we gotta fight." Yeah, but we have to be smart about it. Okay, if we go out there and protest, we already know they will unleash martial law. Like, you gotta know that that's the play here, because they're expecting it. They're just waiting on us to go out there. Okay, that's what they're waiting on. So I agree with you. Yes, we have to fight, but it has to be strategic. It cannot just be just what we've done before. It got to be different. And so if we were just to run out there, martial law automatically, we already know that, right? Do they know that? Or are they just reacting and responding emotionally? Do they even care? Like, sometimes I got to ask them, like, do they care? Probably not. But that's another reason why Black people are not going out there in droves, because we know that that's the play here. We've dealt with this before. We've seen this before. So we know that, right? So I do feel like Black people need to fight, but we need to start having conversations about how that's going to look, because it can't be what we've done in the past. But I need you to understand, with me having this platform and me recently talking to my ancestors, because y'all know I be talking to the ancestors. We can't do what was done. We have to do it differently. And again, I don't know what that looks like, but I wanted to bring you aware. I wanted to bring the awareness to you about that's the game play here. They want them out the country. They want you to take their jobs. They're not going to hire you. It doesn't matter if you have a bachelor's, master's, doesn't matter how much work experience you have. They want you back in those domestic job positions. Okay. Back breaking labor is what they want you to be doing. And so, because that's the play, and because we know that if we run out there, that they're going to activate martial law, then we have to do something different. And I don't know what that looks like. And you know what sucks? I'm able to bring you this commentary today because I'm talking to my ancestors. You know, the thing that people say is so demonic, but it's like I wouldn't even know I wouldn't have the foresight. You know, like you get what I'm saying? I wouldn't have the foresight. I wouldn't be able to tell you, like, hey, this is the gameplay here. But that's the gameplay. And so because of that, we have to do it differently. So slow down, rest, but you need to be thinking too. That's what I'm saying. And I've already did videos on my Patreon about what's to come, how to prepare. I asked my ancestors, I'm like, should we be preparing? And they said, yes. If you don't prepare now, you will regret it later. So you need to be preparing. I typed in ChatGPT, if the end of the world was to come today, what do I need? It gave me a list. I went off the list, checked everything off. The first thing it said is water, because you can't survive without water. Then if the power grid went out, what do I need? It gave me a list. Also cash. You need cash because the ATM machines are not going to work. People don't think it's going to get worse. Do you not understand that they see us as casualties? All of us. It doesn't matter the color of our skin. It doesn't even matter if you're white. Because if you don't fit in their program, even when it comes to you being white, you're just a casualty. And I can tell you right now, poor white people, you're a casualty to them. You're like something that they'll just, we'll get rid of you. Senior citizens, casualties. Okay. So you definitely need to be saving, stocking up. I don't recommend you blowing money, putting things on credit or anything like that. This is the time to be fixing your finances and preparing for whatever they throw at you, because they're going to be throwing things at us. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Niles. They're going to be throwing everything at us. Yeah, collateral damage. The senior citizens in this country are seen as collateral damage, y'all. That's disgusting. And to the young people, you don't think that's a big deal? That's a big deal, because you're going to get older one day. You're going to become retirement age one day. So listen, everybody got to be on deck with this. It can't just be Black people. It can't just be brown people. It has to be all of us. It really does. It has to be every single last one of us. It doesn't matter what age group. It does not matter. It's just how we go about it matters. And we can't just be reactive and overly emotional. We need to plan, and we need to figure out, what are we going to do? And I'm going to tell you now, when it comes to me and my family, fixing credit, saving our money, figuring out what our next move is going to be, creating a stash of supplies, medicine, everything, because you don't know. You don't know. And again, if it gets any worse than this, okay, then just know that you need to. One thing that I was recently told was when you go to the stores, you go to your grocery store, it doesn't matter if it's Walmart, it doesn't matter if it's Costco's, it doesn't matter. If you see that the top shelf at your grocery store is empty or slim, that is a bad sign. That is a red flag. Okay? And I'm going to repeat it. If you go to your grocery store, you go to Walmart, you go to Costco's, and you're looking at the top shelf and you don't see any inventory, that is a sign. Okay? That is a major sign. So that's one thing that I was picking up on. They don't look bad now, but with this war that's going on could bring it to that point. Okay? So I'm not telling you to panic. I'm telling you to plan. That's what I'm telling you to do. I'm not telling you to panic. I'm telling you to plan. I'm not telling you to freak out and be scared. I'm telling you to be smart and to plan. That's what I'm telling you to do. Okay? You can't just be sitting and not planning and you're seeing all of these chess moves happening around you and you just sitting around just watching. No. Like you need to be planning. Okay? Like seriously. And if things start to get slim in your community at the grocery store, Walmart particularly with their inventory, that's a sign. That's a sign. And also, I'm gonna be honest with you. Right now, the best thing that you could do for yourself is not go back to school. The best thing that you could do for yourself is to pick up a skill, something that can help the community, because that's how it used to be. We didn't really rely, especially Black people, we didn't really rely on them because we were Black. We didn't have the privilege to rely on them. So our doctors, we had doctors in our community. We had medicine in our community. We had things in our community. We had farmers in our community. The best thing that you could do is pick up a survival skill that would be needed to help a community of people. I don't care. It could be anything. It literally could be how to grow food, how to create medicine through herbs. There's so many different things that you could do. But it's like at this point, you need to come up with you need to create a skill. Okay? Electrical work, that's huge. But you need to create a skill. Something think about something that could help a community. Okay? It could literally be anything. And maybe I'm not thinking big enough. Maybe you're thinking bigger than me, but just pick a skill, master it, and you'll never know if you'll need it.
Letting us know what your agenda was, what your intention was, what you got it. He got in office, Kamala Harris did. Now look.
Listen, I said don't go back to school. One thing Black women do is when they get bored, they go back to school, right? So that means you most likely have a bachelor's or you may have a master's. I'm telling you to pick up a skill. If you're in school and you're getting your bachelor's, I'm really not talking to you. You should stay in school. I'm saying that if you were thinking about going back for something else, I'm gonna tell you to pick up to develop a skill. Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you get bored or you get your heart broken or something like that, typically Black women go back to school and they get another degree in something else. I'm saying, how about you pick up a skill and you get good at it and you master it? That's what I'm saying, y'all. I'm not really talking to the people that are in school for like bachelor's degrees, or maybe you're trying to complete your master's program. I'm not really talking to you. I'm talking about the girls that have something going already for themselves. You need to focus on a skill. I wouldn't go back to school. I would focus on a skill because to me, with the times that we're in, I feel like that would kind of benefit you more. Okay, like maybe you could pick up sewing. Sewing could be essential. You know, that could be a good skill that you could get really good at. That's what I'm saying. Okay, school is important. I like this platform. I may be a college dropout, but education is important. It is so important. So I'm never going to downplay that, but I'm saying that if you already got your master's, think about a skill. Okay, like sewing. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but think of a community, think of what a community would need, and think about how you would want to contribute to that community. Pick a skill and master it. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
LA is almost on fire. They're picking up people who are actually citizens that were born here because y'all voted for this. They're terrorizing your communities now because y'all voted for this.
Oh.
They're showing up at the courts hearing where you're trying to go become illegal, to become legal citizens. They're coming there and snatching y'all as soon as you come out the court room because y'all voted for this. Everything I say they're doing now, I can finish with because y'all voted for this. And now that the chickens have come home to roost, there's nothing anybody can do right now. Because as you can see, the more protesters come out, the more deranged he gets. Pete Hegseth has said that he wants to release the Marines. That's on top of the National Guards. Because y'all voted for this. Y'all had no idea that the people you were trusting were just salivating. They were salivating in the background, just saying, ooh, come on November 5th. Come on November. Come on November. Come on. I'm waiting. They were salivating, waiting for the day that they could unleash their true feelings. And now it's out there. And all the warnings, all the pleading, all the begging, all the educating, nothing. It came up with nothing. And now that it's biting you really, really hard, you're begging and pleading for people to come help. How are we going to come and help? What are we going to come and do? Tell us. Because the minute we come out there, what they're just starting to do now, with the tear gas and the rubber bullets, that's going to escalate to real bullets and who knows what else. It's too late. The time to ask for help was before the election. The time to plead for help was before you went into that booth. Help me go into that booth and make the most intelligent, the most prosperous vote I can make for me and my family. But y'all wanted to link up. Y'all wanted to link up with a whole other group of people. And you were willing to sacrifice everything. You guys have lost your businesses. You've lost your homes. You've lost your family. You've lost your freedom. And God forbid, some of y'all might even have lost your lives. The damage is done. The damage is done. The only saving grace that will be left for you is that Rockland, New York hand count comes back and shows complete fraud.
Man.
And I bet you if that happens, I bet you every penny I got, all those reasons y'all didn't want Kamala Harris in there, all that disdain you have for Kamala Harris, all that disrespect, I bet you that flies out the window so damn fast. Because you know, when you see that woman come in that office, all this chaos cease. All this torture cease. All this mayhem cease. That y'all do know. Because you know why? Because you lived what we tried to tell you. But you weren't going to listen to us. You weren't going to take it. You had to experience it. So now that you're experiencing, hopefully when the time comes for you to make a decision like this again, hopefully you'll remember these days. Hopefully you'll remember these 100 and something days. And you'll reflect. And you'll do something different. You'll make intelligent.
And listen, to the women out here, okay? Thank you to everyone dropping or giving inspiration and motivation to those that are trying to figure out what they want to, how they want to contribute. I appreciate y'all for dropping ideas in the chat. Y'all are giving me some ideas myself, so I appreciate you all for doing that. Y'all make the channel rich. Okay. This ties into this pick me conversation, because I know a lot of y'all are like, why is she talking about this? Because women in this country, when you voted, you betrayed yourself. You did. And this is a heavy lesson that you're learning right now. Okay. You chose misogyny. You chose the patriarchy when you voted. Because it was a woman that was running for president. So I know this pick me video was long, but this ties into it. It does. We saw the numbers. We saw how you voted. And we saw how you were not standing with us. And this is why Black women felt betrayed. We did. We like, I know, and then the whole blue bracelet bullshit on TikTok, because women felt guilty. So they felt like they could fix it with a blue bracelet. But then you'll sit up, like women will sit up on social media and talk about misogyny and men, they're bad, they're bad. But it's like, how did you, why did you vote the way that you did? It just doesn't make any sense. So this is going to be a heavy lesson for the pick-me's in this country. You voted against your own best interests, against your children. That's what you chose to do because you wanted to uphold the patriarchy. You wanted to uphold a man that was accused of raping women. That's what you did. A whole criminal con man, artist. So the pick-me's, this is a heavy lesson that y'all are learning. And it's crazy. I was so disappointed in women. Like, I was not Black women, but I was disappointed because I just knew that women, they wouldn't do that. Like they wouldn't do that. And listen, this isn't to say that Kamala is perfect or anything like that. It was just, you wouldn't even give her a chance, but you would give a man a chance when men have been given chances for decades, centuries. And you didn't think like, let me give a woman a chance, just one, and see. It was no, we got to uphold the patriarchy, which upholds the system in this country, which puts women at a disadvantage. It just never made any sense to me. So here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Here we are. And that's why I'm saying, like, pick-me's are male identified. They are they have internalized misogyny. They don't even realize it. A lot of them don't even realize how they voted mainly came from internalized misogyny. When they got in the booth, they didn't even realize that's what that was. So this is a heavy, heavy lesson. Heavy, heavy lesson.
Decisions, not decisions based on feelings, not decisions based on triggers, but decisions based on facts. So you don't sit up here and put you and your family in harm's way again. Hopefully, anyway. But praying that the best works out, the best outcome comes out, praying for covering, and most importantly, praying from learning from this, praying that somebody learns from this. I got to get out of here, but before I go, Latinos for Trump, Hispanics for Trump. Is this what you consider great again? My friend's still asking.
It's so sad, guys. Even seeing, like, other.
It's crazy. It's part of the programming, so I get it. But I'm just, at this point, it's just me being super understanding as a Black woman. It's just becoming exhausting. Like, it becoming understanding as a Black woman in this country is getting to a point where I'm tired. It's not even because people are not understanding of me and my experience. It's just, it's like a full-time job being understanding of other people. And then in the same breath, you see how they vote against their own betterment. Like, it's becoming, so it's like, how am I supposed to be understanding of that? You betrayed yourself and you want me to be understanding? How? When you did it to yourself, you decided to vote against your own best interests, your children's. So it just becomes a full-time job after a while. And that's how I feel. And I feel like that's how a lot of Black women feel when it comes to this situation. So the pick-me's are learning a very heavy spiritual lesson when it comes to this. And I hope that they see it that way. And I hope that moving forward, that you never betray yourself and your best interests ever again. That's what I hope. And I hope you teach your daughters to not do that. Because what we're about to go through as women in this country, I mean, I saw the girls marching in their Handmaid's Tale costumes, but I would even want to put that shit on. And the reason why I wouldn't want to put that shit on is because I wouldn't even want to play or even like protest like that could be a real thing, because it's becoming more realistic than we think. So that's all I got for this. I just hope the girls are learning, like, pick me's. You always go against yourself when you are a pick me, and you put men above yourself. You put you just everything. That's all I gotta say. This is my longest live, but it needed to be said. The title is what it is. It is the pick me reckoning. And I hope that whatever you may be going through when it comes to this time in your life, that you're really taking it on with reflection and introspection and showing up better. And I'm not here to knock you down or knock you over your head and laugh in your face, because that doesn't serve me. I just want you to take this moment, grow, and learn from it. And it's a very, very heavy lesson, but hey, it is what it is. So that's all that I have regarding this video. Please give this video a thumbs up, and I hope to catch you in my next one.